Okay. I unmuted the mic in the other scene, but not this one. So let's start that over. So nothing has really changed since last time. We are level 17, which means we're going to be hitting base level 15 quests. So we're going to be starting in Sharn today. But before we get going too much further, we'll do our rolls, see if we get anything good. And then we'll double check that we have like inventory space and stuff. Tome of Fate +2. That's a good one. I already have a Tome of Fate on this character, but an alt is gonna be more fated. Alright, we have 20 slots open, which means we do need to sell things. So we're gonna sell things real quick, and then we will be on our way. Now, as for gear, let's get a quick look-see. So, we haven't swapped out too much for level 15. We got a ring, we got the 3-piece Sharn set, and that's basically it. Oh, you know what? I should have grabbed my other orb out of storage, because there's Resplendent Fury, which is an excellent orb for me, and I don't have it. So maybe we'll do that first after we sell stuff. So obviously the stuff we're going to sell is just all the random generated stuff, because it is not useful to us, not even to feed. Look at these. Level 13 stuff. Oh, I guess it's, yeah. It's Myth Draenor drops, which I don't recognize because I haven't run it that much. Wand of Fireball, Flame Arrow, Move Core, Shield of Fate. I don't know why I have 2 stacks of level 3 spell components, but we can fix that. We don't get level 7 spells, so that's not useful. And this is where all of our inventory space went. Into just random scrolls. Alright, so we're going to quickly jump onto a mule to get ourselves our Resplendent Fury. And we'll be on our way to Sharn. There will be a public group up, so if you are on Cannith and you want to hit Sharn, feel free to jump in. If not, just enjoy the ride as we see how fast we can murder everything. See how slow the bank can load. That is always another tricky thing to analyze. How slowly can the bank load? Let's see. Show me shield slot. Resplendent Fury. Here we go. Temporary spell points, very nice, and of course Insightful Radiance lore. Not that the Insightful Radiance is going to have a huge effect on us, because we already have Insightful elsewhere, but, you know, it's still nice to have. Once I eventually get logged back out and logged back in. So, the plan for today, after Sharn 1, it's probably going to be all of Cogs, and then maybe Sharn 2, or maybe we hit something else in the 15 range. But there's not a ton of 15s, like there's the Missing Chain, but there's a ton of 16s. Once you get 16s, you get Sharn 2, you get, what, that is the wrong character. Once you hit 16, you get Sharn 2, you get Lords of Dust, you get Wayloon. Like, I think that's also the level that you get all of the flagging quests for Shroud in Veil of Twilight. So, not that I run those, because I don't like those, but they are available for those who do. You will see that we have this annoying notification thing up here that says, hey, you haven't spent all of your points. And it's like, yes, Because the next thing I want to buy is going to cost 2 points. Because we have at long last, at level 17, started putting points into our T5s. So the next thing we want to put points into is going to be this, to give temporary spell points. And then, I don't know which of these we'll grab next, but we'll figure it out as we go. A quick trip over to the bank to grab the orb out of it. We'll be on our way. Now, granted, more of our damage is cold than it is light, so this won't be that effective, but it's still pretty effective. Which is actually somewhat of a disappointment that I just don't have nearly as good cold gear as I have light gear. Because once we look at our totals, despite the fact that most of our damage is cold, we're going to have a lot better stats on light. So if we look at our stats now, we can see that cold is at 261.31. And chaos is at 293.33. So we have 2 more crit, and we have like 32 more spell power. I'm surprised at only 2 more crit. Because this has insightful... Oh, that's why. I forgot about that. So the reason that the crit is even close is because the past life stance gives 3 to cold, but not to light. So the Resplendent Fury really just makes up for not having a past life stance that gives light crit. And then of course, spell powers are closer because this gives Insightful Potency 30, so... And actually, I already had Insightful Radiance 42 there, so... I already had 42, and this is 47. So that's only good for 5 Radiance power. Of course, we do get the crit. The crit is very good, and we get the temporary spell points as well. Now, it is nearly finished, so I could go ahead and craft on it if I wanted to. The question is, what would I craft, even? We'll figure that out once we get to Sharn. I'll walk over to the crafting station and see what I can put on it. I think that the orb only is primary, not insightful. Well, it's because I do mixed damage, because I'm talking about because the main dice are evil, but the packed dice are cold, and I have more packed dice. So I'm doing both of them all the time.
You appear underwater, encased in a magical bubble of air. A warforged waves you over. No doubt she's one of the crew sent to salvage
sprint
the
boosting
ship's
our way
cargo.
through the water. Oh, it's insightful? Yeah, I can probably craft some insightful on it. I've got the mats for it. Or I should have the mats for it. I'll have to probably craft the mats for it because Sharn crafting is weird and annoying, but we can definitely do it. It's just like, what does this need? Oh, this needs this catalyst and that thingy and this thingy. Alright, and I don't have any of those. But I do have the components to make those.
Containers salvaged
just like,
from sunken ships surround the entrance to this underwater cave. But none have Vaunt's mark on them. The Sahuagin must have taken Vaunt's cargo inside the cave. You step out of the water and into cool cave air. It seems that the Sahuagin have created some sort of magical barrier to keep the ocean at bay.
The cold damage hits much, much harder.
Atop a rock high above sounds the alarm.
Where did my web go?
You've made enemies of the Dagamore, he croaks.
Oh, it went under this
More
thing.
forces rush in from the caves nearby.
That's a Plague Reaper. We're getting dungeon alert because of the guys that we didn't kill, but that's fine. We're not really too pressed by these things. Hi, you want to actually come fight me? Yep, not a problem. Shame that I can't insta-kill him because he's a light bearer. Put our displacement back up. And we got this, and we got that.
The
And there we go.
Sahuagin ambush was fierce, but you've survived it
I
handily.
do have them, and I have them on, but I only have one of them, so it's 10 power. That's this one.
A Sahuagin stands before a vast portal, which allows ships to come and go while hiding from prying eyes.
I love that the named guy who's
With
an
the portal
optional
master dead,
can be hit by
pirates will no
insta-kills, so
longer
you can
be
just
able
like
to
walk
use
up
this
and he
cave
dies.
space. Your search is finally over, but a snarling gnome and a thug stand between you and Vaughn's
And
cargo.
I'm in red alert because the guys that I crowd controlled didn't die.
I don't know what this
That's
junk
okay.
does,
We'll kill these guys. Hopefully
but
get down to
people back in
yellow.
Shan are paying
Nope,
us
we're still in
plenty to
orange.
steal.
That means this guy is still going to be annoyingly difficult to kill. Well, okay, maybe difficult is a strong word.
With the
Slower
pirates
to
out of the
kill.
way, you can finally take a look at Vaughn's cargo. You've recovered Vaughn's mysterious shipment at long last.
But yeah, I only have
Must
one
be
stack of
very
this,
valuable
I
to have
think.
drawn such
Yeah, only
attention.
one.
Whatever it is.
So, yeah. And the rest are like... So we are using colors instead of fast healing, and we are using fortification instead of skills. Just because that's what I think is better. Do we have 2 yet? No. Alright, let's go to Sharn, and then we're going to go to the easy crafting stuff.
Now that you have arrived in the
It
wondrous
was
city
forever
of
before I
Sharn,
realized
Captain Tranmore suggests that you
that
head
these
to
were
the
here.
Adventurers
Because
Guild
whenever
to
I
find
wanted
out
to
more
craft
about
stuff,
current
I was
events
going
in the
into
city.
like the raid
Speak to
zone
Summer
in the
Coronor of
near the
Clifftop
Cannith quest.
Adventurers
But it's
Guild
like, no,
in the Clifftop Tower district of
no,
Sharn.
there's a forging station right here in the docks. I've also used it for I've also used it for like in red fens, or if like I need to search a door. It's like, all right, insightful charisma. I don't have an energizing alloy, okay? Right, I need the melting station, which is over here. Energizing alloy. Do I have all these? Yes. Now, did I use up an ingredient in making that I need in this? Let's find out. Splendid Fury. Insightful Charisma. Nope, I have enough. Let's see. I forget. Will I lose my Mythic? I might. Nope. Excellent. Lock again. Yay, 3 more charisma. I did put my Reaper points back in when we hit 17. Oh, you just straight up made 10 of all the intermediate parts? I suppose that's definitely one way to handle that problem. It's just like, okay, look. I have enough of the small parts. We're just gonna make a bunch of all the stuff. Alright. You know, I can probably drop my Death Ward Clicky in the bank now that I can just cast it.
Towers. She can help you contact Lucien Vaughn.
Yeah,
Isabelle
running
tells
Sharn
you
every
to
life
take the
does tend to
elevator
make
up
the
the
maths
terrace,
add up
then
pretty
speak to
quickly.
Lucien Vaughn. Her employer wants you to pass along some information about the Stormreach Beacon. You enter the boarding house, an island of quiet in the hustle and bustle of the city. A genial halfling nods to you from behind
I
the
don't know
front
if they
desk.
saw me or not. They probably did.
A violent explosion shatters the tranquility of the boarding house and reduces the elevator to a smoking ruin. You'll have to find another way up to the terrace. The windows shatter, and agile forms swarm in from sky coaches outside.
Or just gradually over a
Boarding
decade.
house
That
is
works
under
too.
an
Oh,
all-out
yep,
attack.
now we're at Dungeon Alert Yellow.
This looks
Because
more
these
like
did
an
see me.
office than a boarding house. Vaunt has rented this entire operation and transformed it into his place of business.
Okay, come on. You guys are in the way. You know, I should stop bothering to cast invisibility. It's all closed doors, like, the whole way. Here. Tentacles and pink rain. Oh, that's a Carnage Reaper, okay. Is that all of them? Yes. There we go. We're making smooth progress, although with a little bit more Dungeon Alert than we would like, because it builds up too quickly. Hello, Need More Chai. Welcome. It is Sharn Day.
The way up to the terrace is just ahead, but one final group of attackers blocks your path. You hear a piercing call from the direction of the terrace. A beast descends the ramp, one unlike anything you've seen before.
Go. Some nice big crits on
The
that.
assault on the tower seems to
And
have
we're
ended.
on our way.
Now to head to the terrace and learn what became of Lucien Vaunt. The figure on the sky coach ahead
Ew.
matches the description
We've gathered the party
Lucien
of
Vaunt.
one.
He seems unruffled by the attack.
I have
Oh,
a
I
message
keep
for you.
Forgetting
says
that
Vaughn.
I do actually
beacon
have to
belongs
swap my
to
voice
me
now because I don't have it
I
on by
paid the
default.
Boromar clan
Because
good money to get it,
unfortunately, the
after all.
Sharn set that I'm
Don't
wearing
think for a moment that you
has
can
goggles
challenge
as
me in my
one of the
set.
things.
You're just setting yourself up for a fall.
Vaunt's companion makes a gesture
Yeah,
and the
spies
terrace
can be difficult
collapses
if you
beneath
don't have a way to disarm traps. And even if you do, you can still easily die to the electric floor. I need to look into if there is a path that can let you, like, not get hit by the electric floor. Because 100% of the floor isn't electrified. Like, there are spots that aren't electrified, but I don't know if there are enough spots to proceed without getting shocked.
Spire's tidy office.
So I would need to
The
actually
Inquisitive
investigate
calls out
that.
to you. Step inside, quickly. There are eyes everywhere.
Oh, right, this is one of the ones that's
Zealot
like,
pulls a switch and nods
if
toward
you
the
just
back
keep
of
hitting the
building.
first option,
You hear the
it
scrape
doesn't
of
do the thing
stone
that you
on
want it to
stone
do.
as a concealed
You have to
back
actually
door
click a separate
slides
one.
open. You walk out into the streets of
Alright,
Cogsgate.
unfortunately this is also one of those
Towers
quests
loom
that
high above,
is much faster
so
if you
tall
have
they
someone to
block out
split
the
with.
night sky.
But there's no one here
Anyone
splitting with
who
me
knows what's
today,
good for them will stay
so we'll
indoors
just do what
tonight.
we can.
The rain of blood has fallen here, and it's up to you to mop up the mess.
And I don't have enough
You push
force
open the
spell
door
power
to
for
the
them to
apartment.
just die from
The
that.
surprisingly well-decorated rooms show signs of a struggle. Your
The
stomach
smoke coming out of the
clenches in
pipes killed
anticipation
you.
as near the
I
crime
see.
scene. After examining the corpse, you can see that he was killed by a poisoned
Smoke
crossbow
coming out of
bolt.
the- alright, so
His last gambling
you go
ticket
up, you go
lies
up.
just out of reach. Felon had just won big, cleaning up on a match in an underground fighting ring down in the Cogs. Felon must have spent his recent winnings digging himself out of debt. Imagine meeting your end right after getting yourself clear. At least he died in the black. Despite clear attempts to make this look like a break-in, all of Felon's valuables are still in their proper places.
Okay,
As
so
mull
you
this over,
do you need to kill
you hear
these guys to
voices
count
from
as
the
the first in the
direction of the front
gang
door.
members? Oh, wait. Okay. So that I failed the check. There we go. So you don't need to kill them, but you do need to pass the check. Excuse me. Hello?
You managed to make it past the Dask thugs.
Did I not click
blocking
on the
your
second
way.
window or something?
The Dask thugs let you pass,
Okay.
thanks to your quick tongue and winning personality.
Hold the 20 the first time? Well, that's convenient. Alright, we're gonna do this. I'm pretty sure this one's on the left. In this one, there is no social check, so we're just gonna have to kill them.
The doors
And
to
since
the
we're doing
gambling
all
hall are
AoE
wide
damage,
open and its chairs are empty.
we can AoE down 2 groups
Though
just
the
as easily
nearby
as we can
tables are
AoE down
still
1
covered
group.
with food and drink.
Probably.
Looks like the customers left in a
As
hurry.
long as I don't get stuck
A chest
with
full
the
of
door
coins
being
was
blocked.
left here locked and untouched. This was no robbery. You can tell that there's more to this than meets the eye. You find a
Okay.
crossbow bolt still
Are they dead?
lodged in
Well, the ones that we
victim's side.
need to kill are dead.
You also notice several gashes on her palms. The incriminating information in this ledger would fetch a pretty
So
price. on
that's
the
all
black
we need.
market.
Oh, right.
You wonder why
I
the
keep
murderer
forgetting
would
to
leave it
do that.
behind.
We have move speed
Searching
on
the
our
gambling
consume and
hall raised
stricken,
more
so I need to remember
questions
to
about
be
the
throwing
murders
those
than
as we run
answers.
around.
As you turn to leave, you hear figures clamoring outside the building. You strike down the last of this group of Dask thugs and check to make sure there
Hello.
are no more nearby.
Tentacles,
Now to leave the way you came.
move speed,
You've learned all you
and
can
down we
about
run
these
to the next
versatile
alley.
crimes. You head back
What do you
to
do
the
for
Wolf
it?
Gate, where
I'm a
Zelith
programmer.
awaits your
I
results.
program things.
Zelith unlocks the gate, revealing a small lane that burrows deeper into the heart of
Not
Cogsgate.
anything super exciting, because I work for,
The door to the pawn
big
shop
company
is
that
unlocked,
sells stuff to
just
other
as
big
with the other
companies,
crime
so
scenes. Inside, the
unless
shopkeeper's
you're
body
like
lies
one of those
forgotten
companies,
alongside
it
all
won't
the other
mean
cash
anything to
stocks in
you.
her shop. A closer look at the keg reveals a hidden compartment filled with smuggled goods. Some small packages lie in the
Yeah,
cauldron.
there are a lot of programmers
No doubt they were
around,
hidden there so
although
they could
depending
be
on
fenced on the
which
black market later.
political commentators
could
you're
have emptied the
talking
pawn
to,
shop, and yet
some will say
only
that there
when its
aren't
life
any
was taken.
around that are willing to actually do
Armed with your
work.
findings, I wonder,
Of course, this is coming
what
from
can
someone
mix
whose
all
definition of
these
actually
gruesome
do work
crimes?
is
The
work
last
long
of the
hours for
heavily
low
armed
pay
halfling
and
thugs
negligible
falls.
benefits.
Another alley
And
stretches
turns
before
out
you.
that
The
when
more
you
learn
say
about
that
the
that is what
victims,
your company's
the
going to
more
do,
questions you have.
all the people who think,
You can
yeah,
only
I can
hope
get a
that
better job
Zulka's
elsewhere,
Farspire holds
leave your
the
company.
answers you've been seeking.
So,
A tiefling stands before you,
yeah.
with a face you remember from your recent adventures.
He is also able to
Despite
be
your
killed
own
by
shock at
insta-kill
meeting him
spells.
again, you hope that Zulkas is willing to answer
No one
your
seems to be
questions
hiring?
about the murders. Zulkas
Well,
steps through a
I
dimension
can't offer
door,
much advice
his
in
face
that
glowing
front.
with the
I got my
smug
current
triumph
position
of a
via
man who thinks
recommendation.
he's won. The
I
rich
had a
city
boss
his troll
who
bodyguard
switched
to notice.
companies,
The troll topples.
and
Yet
then
another
he recommended me
casualty
to
of
the
this
new
bloody
company,
night. Now,
and
to
that's how I
meet
got my
with
current
Zelith.
position.
Zelith
Well,
shakes her head.
that's not all
The
it
weight
took.
of
I
her
still had to
brother's
like
betrayal settling
pass
over
a
her like the
like
dirt
3
that
or
falls
4
from
hour
the
technical
streets from
interview,
above.
but
But you've got a job
that's
to
how I got
finish.
the interview.
Another crime scene
And
waits for
then
you
I
in an alley
passed
to
the
south.
interview,
You stoop down
and
to search the contents
then
of
I didn't
Nolan's
get the
pack.
job.
Looks like he
And
was
instead
fleeing
they
for
were
his
like,
life
yeah,
when he
it was
got
you and
caught.
one other guy, we went with the
More
other guy.
slashes on the palm. And this time
So,
you missed the
and they
pattern.
said, but you
I
know,
wonder how you could have missed such an
if another
important
position
clue.
opens up, like, we'll call
Slashes
you.
were literally
Which
the killer's signature.
I took to
Whoever did
mean,
this
we will
wasn't
definitely
shy
not
about
do
letting
that.
people know.
You will never hear from us again.
Find a security
Because,
ledger embossed with Vaunt
that's what that
Arcano
traditionally
Technic
means.
symbol. A quick
un-
glance reveals that every
In a
victim
surprising
had
move by
worked
this
on.
particular company,
It's too big of a coincidence
when
to
another
overlook,
position opened up,
especially since a note in the
they
margin
called me.
talked about cleaning up loose ends. That ledger
I
tells you
was,
what you
suffice
need
to say,
know. The victims
surprised,
all worked for Vaunt and were killed
because I'd
they
kinda
knew
given up
too
on
much
it.
about his operations down in the
but,
past. You strike down
but yeah.
the last of the attackers.
it
Can't
turns
let these
out
petty
that
thugs hold you
they
back.
said they were going to do a
Not when you're
thing,
so close
and
to
they
the
did the
truth.
thing that they said they were going to do.
Catch up with Zelith and fill her in on
Which-
the clues you found so
amazing.
far. She points you towards an alleyway northwest
And
of
then
where
I
the
only had to
goblins
do
last
like
seen.
a half hour,
familiar
sort of
voice
like
echoes from
team
behind
fit
the
sort of
store.
interview.
What part of make it look like an accident didn't
because I'd already passed the technical interview. They're like, we already know we want to hire you. We just want to know if you're good for like this particular team. So, so yeah, once I'd passed the long technical interview, they were like, okay, we already know that he is technically sound enough that we want to hire him. We just need to like have a meet the manager and the team to make sure nothing is like serious wrong. And yeah, that's how I got my current position. I've been at this position for 6 or 7 years now.
Sometimes it's a stranger who holds the knife. Sometimes it's family.
But yes,
blood cloud my judgment, and
I was very surprised that they said we'll call you back when we have another position.
Move on to the next crime and the next.
No, I mean they did give like there was a take-home test portion of it beforehand. It was actually broken up into 3 separate like sets of interviewers. Like I talked to 3 different pairs of guys or girls. I don't remember who exactly interviewed me. But 3 separate pairs of interviewers, and each one had like a different sort of kind of interview. One of them wanted to go over the programming test, which I did okay on, not great. There was a requirement on it that I missed until like I had 2 seconds left, so I put in a super hacky like this is terrible but it kind of works solution, and I added a comment on it that basically said that it's like I didn't notice this requirement until like 3 minutes before the timer was up, so here's the terrible solution. I don't remember if it was leak code specifically or a different one, but it was that sort of thing, yes. And another one had
Victor coughs.
I forget what the third one was, because I remember 2 of them. One of them was the go over answers to the coding, your answers to the coding test, and actually like explain your thought process and why you did certain things. And one of them was they opened up a web page, like clicked a button, and wanted me to explain how that worked. Like just straight up, ground up, tell me how the internet works in as much or as little detail as I would like. And that was the one question for that hour-long interview. And that suits me just fine. If you want me to go into as much detail as possible about how a web page works, I can go way longer than an hour. Like, depending on which details you want to hit, and like how specific you want to get, there is a lot that goes on to make a page load on a website.
Burning the midnight oil behind this door.
So, but yeah, but no, the leet code or programming part was online beforehand. The 3 or 4 hours of interviewing I was referring to was all in person, like at the office. So, so yeah, that's how that went. And yeah, that's how I got my current position. And I've been at that position since
all of the blueprints have been moved to
I think it was 2019. So that makes it 6 years. I just got a notification on like the like last week that it was my work anniversary, so it's like just about exactly 6 years.
Pain from up above. A scream cut short.
I do more back end, but I am technically full stack. I've been doing front end work the last couple days actually, so it just depends. It's like it's one of those things that everyone is technically full stack, but everyone has things that they are stronger at. So when you've got work that comes in to the team as a whole, people just tend to gravitate towards what they are more comfortable with. So I tend to prefer back-end work, so that's what I usually pull, so I get more comfortable with it, and so on and so forth, and that's just kind of how that works. But, you know, sometimes there's front-end work to be done, and I'll do that too.
Stored in the office are beyond salvaging. Still, there might be something useful down in the lab. Or wherever those
Not
messengers
slamming me
went.
with a bunch of force
Hear a familiar
damage.
voice
If you could
somewhere
help.
nearby.
But thank you.
It's Victor, acting surprised.
Oh,
What's all
there's another.
this?
So many
Dear
Arcano
audience,
technicians.
We have a security breach. Quickly, find them.
Alright. I would freeze you in a block of ice, but I'd have to kill you anyway, so we're just gonna fight you.
You can't touch me. This is one of Vaughnt's prototypes. It will make me completely invincible.
Victor presses
And
a
we
button.
did pick up our healing
Sphere
thing
of
from the
force closes in around
not from the
You
Reaper
think
tree,
you're clever,
from the
but
Warlock
you're
tree,
nowhere near as
which we
clever as
normally skip at
Vaughn.
high levels
His
because there's so
resources
much
are
better ways to heal.
limitless.
But at
I've
this
raised
point in the
this
game,
button, and
there aren't
we'll
that
pass
many good
show
ways
up
to heal.
Just like that. Wait, now how do I get out? I'm stuck
Let's
here.
toss a web over there in
Victor clearly
preparation.
didn't think this through.
I have it. I'll just teleport
And we dropped
away.
pink AoE on you.
Victor tries to do just that. It seems Victor
And the champ
forgot about the dimensional
just
anchor
slams
he put
us
in
for
place.
a couple hundred force
He's
damage.
going nowhere.
There's a reason that when you're running Sharn at High Reaper, you usually drop the skulls for this
Mashes the
quest.
button on the magical device in frustration.
Just for that segment, for all the force damage that's incoming. It can get pretty nutty at high levels.
A familiar voice calls out up ahead. Time's up. Your golems will have to finish this. Time to move, people.
I don't know why it's not moving, but I appreciate it. Interesting. The little bit I've had to deal with AI has been more annoying than anything else. I much prefer... Programming has enough weird stuff that like sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, than having to deal with the weird squishiness of prompt engineering. So I can't say I'm a fan. I can't say I'm a believer in the overall technology either, for that matter. It's just, I believe it to be overhyped. Now, that said, it might still be useful, but it's definitely not as useful as people are trying to make it sound. But it's interesting that you went for the Masters. I did not, because at least at the time that I graduated... Excuse you, I'm trying to open a door here. It's very rude to shoot me while I'm opening doors. But at the time that I graduated, Masters was just not really important. Like, if you looked at the salaries and hiring rates, there was barely any difference. So I didn't go for a Masters. I went straight into industry. And that worked out pretty well for me. I don't have any idea what stuff is like nowadays. And I was too focused on the Reaper, so I didn't manage to interrupt these guys breaking out the Forge Wraiths. So that's unfortunate. There we go. Handy ice pack. I get to crowd control you forever.
Victor's treachery continues.
That is not a short fixed duration on that freeze. That is, you are now frozen
Don't just stand there
forever.
gawking. Move.
You hear the ominous hum of a dimensional anchor.
Yeah, I've heard that going for graduate degrees can burn people out pretty well. But yeah, I guess if you're going into a specialty, it would make more sense. I didn't really specialize in anything in
Directs more
particular.
guards your way.
They went downstairs into the secret lab. After them.
Multiple Reapers. Oh well. Fortunately, I have tentacles and pink rain. Unfortunately, the champion, one of those guys, did hit me relatively hard.
Hissing, chilling chant comes from somewhere
But that's
below.
no big deal. Now we get to sprint all the way up these ramps.
As this chant continues, forge wraiths coalesce in the air around Victor. Panic screams and pounding feet indicate rapid losses. Victor yells,
Get back here, you
There we
cowards!
go.
These brutes aren't going to vanish themselves. All right, don't do anything rash. I'm
This
coming
time we're
out.
going to remember to put our voice on
Perhaps we
before
can
the end.
Make a deal.
Victor presses the button on his Vaunt prototype.
Voice
The
on.
magical barrier around him fades away.
There we go. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I can't really say much for the current job market because, as I said, I've been at my current place for like 6 years now. And it's been... Because as I said, I got the interview based on recommendation. So since I was last on a job hunt, 9 or 10 years. Because I think I was at the previous position for 3 or 4. I don't really know what direction the industry is heading, though.
You've arrived at Club Clawfoot, a popular night spot owned by the Boromar clan. Counselor Sevilla
Fortunately, we cannot skip these
to get you on the guest
for
list.
like speed.
Perhaps now you can drive a wedge between the
Because
Boromar and Vaughn.
And it's a quest
But
requirement
it looks
to
like
kill
there may
them.
be
There's a quest
trouble
flag
before
there.
you even get
And if you don't
inside
kill
the
them,
door.
well,
The group of thugs suddenly attacks.
you can't advance the quest. So,
They want to prevent you from enjoying a night on the town. Those Dusk thugs were loitering near Club Clawfoot. But this is Boromar clan territory.
excuse you. Stop
Something's
blocking
brewing.
me. Okay.
And you're smack in the middle of it. A group of would-be patrons lingers in the courtyard. They must not be on the guest list. The bouncer opens the
Oh,
front
okay.
door,
So you haven't
allowing you
been
to enter.
looking
Club
too
Clawfoot.
long
The
then.
Dusk thugs lurking outside have
Well,
set the assistant's nerves on
Or
edge.
at least
He wants you to
you
check
haven't been
on
completely
Club
out of work if
Clawfoot's
you've been doing
employees
contract.
before he'll let you talk to the manager.
I've never actually done contract work. Oh, sorry. I've never done contract programming work. I have done random temp jobs, manual labor work, which is an entirely different field. And even then, that was a while ago.
The employees report nothing terribly unusual. You can tell
All right,
Fenwick
and off
that
we go.
all
This is a
quiet
quest
in
where
the
you can use
nightclub.
up a lot of sprint boosts, because there's a lot of running around. And let's see. Our displacement is wearing off.
Fenwick is relieved to hear that the club is safe and secure. He gives you permission to approach Regina, Club Clawfoot's mission.
There we go.
A piercing alarm reverberates throughout the nightclub.
Alright, we're heading this
Regina
way.
turns to you and cries, "The alarm! Someone's breaching our magical wards! It must be an attack! Quick, adventurers! Do what you do best!"
And what we do best is kill things. Oh, spring. There
More
we go.
dimension doors have opened nearby.
Alright, all the way at the end here. And yes, if you didn't know, to advance the quest, the only one you need to kill is the teleportation specialist. Now, obviously, if I only do that for all of these, we're going to have a problem.
A piercing but pitch-perfect scream rings throughout the nightclub. It's encore,
Oh, that's gonna keep me from opening this door. That's so annoying. The singular fear dot that just like burns a bunch of time. Jumping around.
The defeated gargoyle cackles and rasps. I have failed, but the others will crush you.
Go.
Dusk. Forever.
3 fear
More
stacks.
attacks are
A
on the
little
way.
annoying.
But for now, you have a moment to rest.
And I think we're gonna start in this side room over here. I think that's gonna be a good place to start.
The magical alarm triggers once again. Dusk's attack on the nightclub has resumed.
Okay. Oh, there was one in here. Excuse me. Where's your teleportation specialist? Thank you.
More dimension doors have opened nearby.
Drop these to then clear out some guys. Alright, off we go. And we're gonna actually damage this group down because we're gonna catch some of the other guys following us.
Once again, harsh sounds issue from the direction of the stage. You hear panic shouts, screams, and snakes.
There we go. You mean like which languages? It's mostly Java based.
The attack is finally
Like, I've
a peaceful,
dabbled
quiet
in a bunch of
descent
other
over
stuff
the
as
nightclub
well,
once more.
just depending on
Now
needs.
you
I've
can
done
find
some
the
like C++
top
work.
For your
I've done,
help
you know,
in
some
keeping
JavaScript
her
work.
and
I've done various
Follow
scripting
alive.
works with like
Virginia
Python and
has promised
whatnot,
you
but
everything she can to cut
the only
ties
one for
between
like
the Warlock clan
large full
and
projects has
our
been Java.
technique.
It's mostly like, the thing about working for big companies is that usually you're dealing with legacy code. So sometimes like some of the code is Spring and some of the code is not. And so that's always special because you never know if you're gonna be able to inject stuff or not. So there is that side of things. And actually, let's put a pin in that because it says it's about to start an ad. And we're about to have to sit through a long narration. So I'm going to click the ad button right now. And we'll be back before too much has happened because we're just going to be sitting through them talking. So I will see you in 2.5 minutes. Or of course, if you have like any of the various other Twitch Turbo special things, then you're still here.
Man. They've already started. Get on board quick like and I'll ferry you up to their window. Remember, stay quiet as a mouse.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever actually timed this for exactly how long it takes, but I'm looking at my displacement timer, and we started at like 140, I want to say? 140, maybe 150? So we're just going to chill out, we're going to listen to these guys talk a bit, see the little shadow play going on, and have a snack while we wait for them to talk about things.
But what I have to offer your organization cannot be What cannot be
The
ignored,
game looks like
others
it's a
simply
little
cut
quiet,
sniff at
maybe.
your heels. You're exposed, Mr. Vaught. Not for long, my friend. Allow me to demonstrate. Isabet, please come in.
There we go.
Now, Isabet, I know you invited our mutual friends from Stormreach. No, don't cry. I said, don't cry. That's better.
Everyone knows that being told to not cry
Just
is never upsetting to anyone. It just makes them not cry.
I'd prefer that you do your house cleaning when I am not present, Mr. Vaught. A necessary demonstration of my device. I wanted you to see my improvements firsthand. Not quite dead yet. Calibration issue, perhaps. No matter. Urk, Gish, take Isabet outside. We will adjourn to the yacht.
Alright, well,
It's time
our displacement wore
for the
off.
next act to begin.
Von
And
Henchman releases
for
a
some reason
strange
dispelled our blur
whooping
too
bark,
at the same time.
and the darkness around you erupts with a choir of
Okay.
menacing responses.
An ambush! Damn us for fools!
Shouts Casper. The old man produces a bow from
We
somewhere.
have determined
as
that this
Gillian
is a
shoots the scent from
2-minute
above.
cutscene. So we have that going for us going forward.
You've dispatched Vaught's first group
All right.
of assassins.
And
but
Twitch
they're
says we're
surely
back
not
from
the
ads,
last.
so that's
Vaught
nice.
doesn't go in
And
for
what we have
half
discovered
measures.
is
Casper
that
wheezes out his
based on
words.
when they first attacked me
Reminds
versus when
me
I
of
clicked
my
the add
days
button,
in the last war,
from talking
but
to
with
the
more
guy
chest pain.
until combat
Too old
starts
for this, for sure.
is just about exactly
Come
2
here, we gotta
minutes.
talk about Isabet. She's still alive. I bet my life
So,
on it.
That's
You've agreed to help
interesting.
rescue Isabet. To do that, you'll need to clear
Wait,
the
didn't I
way
get a
so
new
Casper can follow
spell?
safely. He says
Oh,
to
that's
head
right,
to
I
the
got Nyax
southeast.
fighting cold.
Grabbing a source lead first will help even the playing field.
Don't
So,
forget,
alright, where were we?
Casper.
Oh yes,
those
tech
source
stack.
leads can't go too high
So,
or too
yeah.
low without losing their
It's
enchantment.
mostly
Keep 'em
RESTful
on the
services
fog
and
don't
stuff,
try to
but,
push
you
over
know,
the higher walls
REST
and
isn't
you'll
so
be
much
fine.
a tech
Another
stack
wave
as
of
it is a
new
methodology.
mercenaries bursts from the shadows.
You can have RESTful services in a great number of different languages. All it just
Cries
means is
Casper from behind you.
that you hit a URL and it tells you something back. It's not
A motley crew of creatures
super
takes up
specific
position
to
on
any
the bridge,
particular
warming
technology.
for a fight. The low-bellied
But
ogre
yeah, it's
bursts
mostly
through goblins.
well, it's a lot of back-end stuff really.
A strange-looking
Oh, I
goblin
suppose I
glides
should.
up above the bridge.
I guess I could bring that up
The
in
limp
tech stack
form
as
of
well,
Isabet
but
lies on
in
his
previous
sword.
positions, I've dealt with a lot of
Goblin
SQL
shouts
stuff.
abuse at his gnoll
In my current one,
nobody
that's
who
all
wants
abstracted
me
away
out of
from the
your
layers that I'm
three
working
bad
at
nose.
because
Told you
they
the
place
direct
a
approach
very
wasn't
high
gonna work.
priority on,
I'm
we'll
gonna
say,
go beat the hook
I guess we'll
on
call it
mine.
data segmentation, but basically keeping some customers' data away from other customers' data, because
The gnoll snarls
customers
as he
don't tend to
runs
like their
after his
data going to
retreating
possibly
comrade.
their competitors.
In the
And so it's
distance,
very
you hear
important
the
to
gnoll
us
snarl.
that if we are selling our services to two different companies that are potentially competing with each other, that they can't see each other's data. So the database layer has a lot of specific stuff going on that I don't know how it works, but I know the why it works is
Goblins have taken up positions
because we
atop a nearby wine shop.
like
You'll need to clear them out.
if
Casper
something
casts
goes wrong with that part, then like company dies, sort of thing. That is a like you had one job sort of thing. So
shouts Casper.
yeah, so they don't have like just random people do that part. They have specialists for that.
A swarm of bats clouds the street before you. Some kind of metal glints on their bodies as they flit
So
about.
I don't do any like SQL stuff in my current position,
The
though I
door of a
have
nearby
in
bookshop
previous ones.
opens, and another cloud of bats streams out. Inside the bookstore, goblins scramble to release one last clutch of bats from their cages.
Oh. Okay. Is the stream still live? Okay.
Exploding bats?
I had an internet blink or two earlier today, so when I started lagging, I thought that maybe it actually was me and not DDO this time. But this one appears to have been DDO, so we're safe. But yeah, it's just standard, you know, relational database, lots and lots of data processing and front end, which describes, like, I don't know, 95% of corporate software, or I might go even further, like 95% of non-app software. Like, what does it do? Actually, I take that back. That is an over-exaggeration, because it leaves out all local software. There's a lot of software that
equipped with a mage fire cannon waits for you near old tower.
My source lead wore off.
Goblins swarm over
Well, that's
the tower
unfortunate.
itself.
Should have refreshed it. Now I have to walk up the tower. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. So, but yeah, stuff like single-player games, stuff like any sort of isolated, doesn't connect to internet app, of which there are far fewer than there used to be, but they do still exist. And when I say app, I mean application in general, not necessarily a like a phone app. But yeah, the overwhelming majority of stuff
calls from behind.
Is generally going to be, you've got some sort of database and you've got some sort of front end to present the data, because that's really what, like, most programming is. It's, you have data and you want to present it a certain way, and you want to do certain calculations on it, and so on and so forth. Even in gaming and whatnot, like, your physics engine is taking data and displaying it in certain ways, and all sorts of things of that nature as well. So, but it's really one of those, like, oversimplifications. Like, it's the sort of explanation that isn't useful because it is so broad. It's similar to saying, like, how do we explain this natural phenomenon? God did it. It's like, okay, let's assume that's true. Let's assume that's true for each and every religion that says, okay, it's because God did it. Okay? But that can be the answer to everything. So it's not exactly explaining much when it can be an answer to everything. And this was a stance also taken by, oh, I forget which one, but at least one of, like, the famous religious scientists, where it's just like, okay, yes, God is the one who made it, but how it works is still something for us humans to figure out. Because despite some certain sects and certain modern beliefs, traditionally there hasn't necessarily been as big a schism between science and religion. Unless, of course, you're trying to deliberately contradict the religion with your science, in which case they will be mad at you. But there are a lot of famous scientists who were religious, who was just like, God made the world, and I am investigating how it works, and marveling at his creation. So these things don't have to be at odds with each other. Although there are many people who will disagree with me on that. That they are at odds, and they shall be at odds, and one of them is going to win. And depending on the person, depends on who they want to win. But I'm not going to take a stance on that.
Casper gasps in surprise as he reaches the wreckage of the Magefire cannons.
3 of them!
Oddly serious topics for this evening, but yes, so there are a lot of good things to be found out through science,
and stands as silent as the grave.
And programming can be explained in overly broad terms that make it unhelpful.
Looks like they're using
Actually, most things can be, especially what can be described in overly broad terms that make it seem simple and dumb. Any job that is not yours, someone else's job, it's like, oh, this is all you do? All you have to do is, I don't know, like,
enough waiting.
Let's pick... Oh, what was there? There was some sort of like dumb drama at some point because some streamer said something like about, I think it was basketball. It's like, why do professional basketball players miss free throws? Like, it's your only job. It's like, which brings, of course, the obvious counterexample. It's like, why do players miss headshots? Like, it's your only job. Just click on their head. Just click on the head. That's all you need to do to win. Why don't you just click on the head? Which is also one of those things that is out there, like advice for how do I get better at this game. Sometimes when people give you advice for how do I get better at this, the advice is basically a different phrasing of, well, you just get better at it. Like, how do you get better at it? Just play better. Like, play better in what way? Like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, I'm just gonna spontaneously do better? Or in the case of like first-person shooters, like the just click on them. That's all you need to do. Just aim better. Just click on them. Like, okay. That is technically correct. You will be better at first-person shooters if you have better aim. That is correct. Not particularly useful to tell someone that, but it is still correct. Which is why anyone who's, you know, remotely actually trying to help you will possibly point out different things. Either ways to aim better or non-aiming ways to perform better. Hello, Urk. We want to try to keep our debuffs up so he takes more damage. Since we have at this point taken our debuffs, both the MRR, PRR debuffs, and the vulnerability. And we will remember to put our voice on this time.
You've reached Isabet, but all is not well.
But yeah, you can do it with pretty much any job. It's like, oh, you're a mechanic? So you just gotta like turn a wrench. Like, it's not that hard to turn a wrench. I mean, I've turned a wrench before, which is that's an ever popular response. It's like, oh yeah, I've done a little bit of carpentry in my day. It's like when you're talking to someone who's like a professional carpenter, it's like, well, that might be true. You might have done some basic stuff. You're probably not very good at it.
Stands at the platform edge.
Because, well, almost any skill takes time to get good at. And if you've only dabbled a little bit, chances are you're not that good at it yet.
It's why we get to keep meeting like this.
Alright, looks like we are headed to Cogs. And we'll grab the opening quest here too, while we're at it. See, I forget, did I have any other, like, could-be crafted gear on me? I don't think so. Like, because this already has Charisma crafted on it. That doesn't have a crafting thing. Yeah. Yeah, we're good. Yes, there are a whole host of things that you can do and make other people's jobs sound simpler, and then you try to do them and you realize, oh wait, there's a lot more that goes into it. There's a lot more different things. Like, heck, I can do it to my job. It's like, what do I have to do for work? Yeah, I just do this. I just wiggle my fingers. I wiggle my fingers and stuff happens. And sometimes professions are really bad at explaining to management how stuff works. And this was a much bigger thing like back in the 90s. Not that I was working in the 90s, but since I did start working in
magic everywhere in Sharn.
Like professional, like post-college work, almost 20 years ago, my coworkers had been working earlier. So there was a time when programming productivity was measured much the same way that, say, a stenographer or a secretary was. Which is like, oh, well, they're writing code, so we're just going to measure how much they write, because how much you write is, well, that's how productive you are. So there was a productivity measure called K-lock. And K-lock stands for thousands of lines of code. K being kilo and LOC, lock, being line of code. Now, if you have any sort of, for anyone here who may not have programming experience and not understand why that is a terrible idea, some of my most productive days of work would have me at negative K-lock. Like replacing some giant block of code that was overly complicated with a simpler, easier, and less error-prone solution. Number of lines of code written is a terrible, terrible metric. Especially given that... I'll use another example. Let's say there's a bug in the code. Often, as far as like time spent fixing that bug, you're looking at, you know, maybe it takes you 2 days to go through everything, to find out like what's going on here, like to reproduce the bug, get a failure, find out why it fails. Like that's going to be like that might be days. And then once you know what's wrong, writing the code to fix it sometimes is minutes. Just like, oh, now that I've finally found what's wrong, I can fix it basically immediately. So in the older, we'll say, way of measuring productivity, you just had someone who took like, they took like 2 days to write 2 lines of code.
About the strange artifact that they were trying to unearth.
Whereas that's not really what the difficult part is. The typing part is the easy part. It's figuring out what to type. And this is true in other professions as well. I mentioned mechanics earlier. It's like, sure, maybe I can change out that part relatively easily myself, if I knew that that was the part that needed changing out. But if my car is doing something weird, maybe I don't know what that means. Like, I know something's wrong with it, but I don't know what's wrong, and I don't have the knowledge for what to do to fix it. Now, maybe once someone else says, yeah, this is what's wrong, this is what needs to happen to fix it, it's entirely possible that I could do that fix. But that's why you have to pay people who have the experience to know what needs fixing, and who are probably better at you than fixing stuff too. And they can fix the complex stuff too, instead of just the simple stuff. So there's all sorts of stuff that goes in when you're thinking about other people's jobs that might seem easy, but might be more difficult in fact. I mean, heck, even entertainment jobs. Obviously, not the hardest job in the world. But actually, I'll use writing as an example here, because there's my YouTube Shorts algorithm has been feeding me parts of lectures by Brian Sanderson, who's a very well-regarded fantasy author. And he was talking about basically all the things that you have to do right. And he was talking about how writing is one of the hardest, if not the hardest, profession to make a living in. And he was very, very specific about that point, that last bit, where it's like, it's not the hardest profession. There are many more difficult professions out there, but it is one of the hardest to make a living in. Because, like, sure, you can be a writer, but being a writer who gets paid enough money to, being like a novel writer. He did specify like the difference between such just like if you're going to be like writing copy for like random corporate job, like that is a perfectly good writing job. But if you're talking like writing novels and stuff like that, it's like you do all this stuff, you get your process down, you follow all these tips, all this help, and you get like 10 years experience writing stuff behind you. That moves you from like having a 1 in a million chance to maybe 1 in 20 chance. Like you do everything right, and there's a good chance that you won't be able to make any money at all in your chosen profession if it's writing. And it's just like, yep, sounds about right.
Red crystals deep into the ruins.
And on the topic of like stuff that goes on behind the scenes, like even streaming, I can use streaming as an example. I'm not successful at it, so I can't really speak too much to what goes into being successful at it. Well, I suppose I'm successful depending on how you measure it. But in any case, I'm enjoying myself, and that is a certain kind of success.
You pull the lever,
but
and the mechanism that controls the door
even at my
action.
Basic level, there are certain things that I am not doing because I'm just not on top of it enough. And doing those things would make me more successful on a numbers basis. Maybe not necessarily on a happiness basis, but on a numbers basis, there are many things to be done, especially because being a streamer is much like being a self-employed small business. Who's your marketing department? You are. Who's your director? You are. Who's your actor? Oh, that's you. You're actor, director, sole proprietor. Everything is your responsibility and your fault. And also your credit. But like, oh, you need an editor? Well, unless you're already quite big, your editor is you. Unless you're, you need to have a business plan, that's on you. You need your business plan. You need to do marketing, be active on social media or whatever else you do for marketing. That's on you too. Not only the actual act of doing the marketing, but coming up with what marketing you should do. Your marketing plan. What is the distinction between that? Because there are two different positions that often get confused. It's like, I think it was like marketing versus advertising. Like advertising is one form of marketing, but marketing is also like branding and brand identity and all sorts of other things in addition to advertising. Like, sure, you want to have advertisements, but how do you want your company to come off? Are you trying to look tough? Say, for example, like you make Ford trucks built tough. It's like their whole thing. It's like their whole persona image is like how tough we are. Do you want to be like, quote, S.E. Johnson, a family company? Do you want to be a family company? Do you want to be seen as approachable and family friendly and so on and so forth? Do you want to have your company be seen as quite the opposite? You're rebels and you're definitely not family friendly. You're not like all those others who are just like squares or prudes or whatever you want to say. Like, you're not family friendly. You're hardcore. Like all of that, like how you want your business to be positioned as like one of those identities.
You enter a
in this case, your business being your stream.
It seems to be closed.
Well, that's something you need to decide as well.
A small knot of people stand.
And that is something that I've actually neglected to do.
Group of lumbering brutes attacks the fighting.
So, because I have looked over the basic outlines of like how to do this, like, because there are a bunch of, we'll say, archetypes for these sorts of things that you can kind of adopt, like, to fit into. It's kind of like a cross-section sort of thing. Like, there's a bunch of overlap between them, but like you'll have like a primary and a secondary one based on essentially the kind of audience you want to get. So I've leaned into, and I'm sure it's been noticed, the more informative side of things. I wouldn't say educational, but I'll say informative. And that is definitely a way to do things. Now, the downsides to that, obviously, let's say I wanted to stream more variety, a bunch of different games. Well, while I am streaming DDO, I can be super informative. I have a huge knowledge base and understanding of the game. There are not that many people, especially given the population of the game. I am one of probably not that many people with the level of knowledge in this game. Because, you know, it's kind of like big fish in a small pool sort of thing, because there just aren't that many people playing the game. But in any case, so I have a lot of knowledge that not many people care about. But, like, if I were to play something else, well, obviously I can't be super informative about that specific game because I don't have the knowledge to share. So, as far as branding is concerned, if I wanted to lean really hard into the educational and branding or educational and informative aspect, well, that sort of would limit my ability to do that. And I'm kind of just talking through this right now because it has been probably literal years since I last looked at that and considered if I wanted to do things differently. I'm just kind of rolling with things at the moment because, honestly, it's not that important to me. And as I mentioned, I'm enjoying myself enough, and that's good enough. And I've got enough people around to have people chatting sometimes, and that's nice. And I've got people who come and lurk, and that's nice too. So, if I ever feel the need to try to aggressively grow, I know that there are things that I can do that will make that more likely. Not that it's like, yeah, I could do it easily if I wanted to, but I know that right now I am not doing the things that are increasing your odds, because like many entertainment-ish sort of, I won't even say professions because I am a hobbyist at best, endeavors? We'll say endeavors. Endeavors is close enough. Though a lot comes down to luck. I'm gonna be a streamer or YouTuber is just like the newer thing of I'm gonna go to Hollywood and be a movie star. It's just, there's a lot of people who are gonna get absolutely nowhere with it. There's a couple people who are gonna have it as a side gig or hobby thing. There's fewer people who are gonna have it as like enough to pay the bills, and there are gonna be some people who are gonna make ridiculous amounts of money.
Members of the Das gang rummaged through the refuse.
But that's like the top percent of a percent of a percent. Which is just how these things go, really. Which isn't really a bad thing. Not everyone is going to be Tom Cruise. And thank God for that. But sometimes you need to, we'll say, put your best foot forward or set yourself up for success or whatever other saying you want to have for that. Because there's all sorts of like common knowledge on this. It's just like, oh, like you just need to focus on the quality of your content. It's like, well, yes, technically that is something. Like there is something to like if you build it, they will come. But on the flip side, if I made the best painting ever and I put it in my closet, it doesn't matter how good it is, I'll never be recognized as an artist if I never let anyone see it. And just kind of like starting a stream and clicking the go live button is kind of similar to that. It's just like, I'm just going to do this. Alright, does anyone know you're doing it? Does anyone, like, are you putting it in front of anyone? Like, how is anyone going to see it? In particular, this is true if you're streaming, we'll say, a big game. If you're streaming Counter-Strike or League of Legends or whatever else these, or
strangely like a
Fortnite, although I don't know if Fortnite is still
Nostrils filled
huge
with the
anymore.
stench of rotting
Like,
garbage.
anything where you're gonna have, like, several hundred streamers streaming it. It's like, so you just hit the go live
This
button.
massive chamber is filled
Who
with
is going to
refuse
scroll
from the
through
upper
100 streamers
In
to
the
see
middle of the
yours,
debris
and why should they watch
stands a
you instead of the
grotesque,
hundreds of other
lumbering
people
beast.
doing it?
A trash
And
devouring
if you want to try to be quote-unquote successful, like if you want to try to make a career out of it, you better have an answer to that question.
trash-littered floor.
If you're
Door
doing,
to the
like,
west
the
opens.
same or a similar
The
thing
gnome scavenger
to
steps through,
100 other
retrieve
people,
the device. You've
are you
returned
doing
the
it
missing
better?
arcane assistant,
If so,
gnome
can people
scavenger.
tell that you're doing it better? Which is another thing. Like, let's assume, and this is an assumption, it's probably not true, that I am the most knowledgeable DDO streamer. I know the most, more than anyone else. I mean, it's probably not true. But assuming it was, how would people know? How would people know when they go to the DDO streams page and they see like 6 or 12 different streamers there?
We heard shouts from outside.
How would I
Everyone in the
make that
workshop rushed
known?
out,
And
desperate
why
to
would
escape.
anyone believe me?
Once
I'll
we
put it
got
in my title.
outside, it was
Most
impossible to
knowledgeable streamer.
recognize anything.
Expert
There was
DDO
fire
player.
and wreckage everywhere.
You won't
was falling
believe
my
these
friend
5
Aura
tricks to
first,
make
but I
DDO
quickly lost
better.
her in all the smoke.
Or whatever other clickbait
I saw one of the
nonsense
men
is
in robes run
going on
past.
these days.
He was
The foreman
Like,
turns
it's one
and opens
thing
the
to
door.
find your niche,
Railton's
and then it's another
disappearance
thing
could only mean trouble.
to try to
Please find
tell people what that
Figure
niche
out what's
is
got the
so
magma
that
running
the
cold
people
while you're
interested
at
in
it.
it can find you.
For countless years,
Like, if you're gonna do
these
something really
sweltering
niche,
caves have served as
There's a
comfortable
market for
home
it.
the
People are
fiery
interested in
beasts
all
that
sorts of
inhabit them.
stuff.
But whatever
But
is happening
the
to
trick
magma
is,
has left the creatures
so
in
you're doing
rage.
some niche thing that's going to be super interesting to like 300 total people in the world. Great. That's a lot of people. I mean, not as a percentage of the overall population, but
A
that's still a lot of
magma
people
stands
just
among a throng of
as a
other
raw
beasts,
number.
casting a spell. When it spots
So, okay.
bellows in rage.
The question then becomes, okay, so this is going to be interesting to 300 total people worldwide.
Created flickers out.
How do I get this in front of those people so that the right people see it? Because, 99% of people won't care. Because it's not for them. It's for the people that are going to be interested in it. So, how do you avoid all the downvotes and ignores and all the other things that are going to come from most people who aren't interested? And they're not interested for perfectly valid reasons. Why would they be? They don't care about this. And how do you get it in front of the people who do care?
Brilton stands before
And
you,
that,
entombed in a sheet of ice.
if you can
No doubt
answer
the
that
creatures
question,
you've encountered are the
why are you here? You should be making ridiculous boatloads of money
up down here.
telling people how to answer that question. Because that is essentially what YouTube's algorithm is. YouTube's algorithm is, how do I match the content to the person interested in that content? And if you have a better way of doing it than YouTube, go make your money. Because there is money to be made in that.
The young apprentice falls
Of course,
to her knees.
you have to prove that you're
muttering
able to
her
do
last
this to
breaths.
anyone who wants to hire you.
I'm
But
sorry, master.
that just goes back to being able to show that you're competent as opposed to just saying you are.
This master of hers must be
I am
responsible
out of water.
for this supernaturally
Unfortunate.
frozen cave. A gnome wizard stands before a humming, whirring arcano-mechanical device. The jets of air released by the contraption.
Alright, we're going to use our force damage spells on this set because they're ice and they're immune to
Wizard
ice.
turns towards you.
These are fire. They are not immune to ice. In fact, they are the opposite of immune.
Not just my apprentice, but those Boromar thugs and my icy minions as well. Whew. Well then, it seems that I, Jabberzook Knuckle, must deal with you myself.
Stop blasting.
Have at thee.
Oh, I didn't get it swapped in time.
The last of me.
Unfortunate.
Tackles the
I lost
gnome
my extra
as it
XP.
teleports away.
Oh well.
The wizard may have turned tail and run, but the
Oh,
whirring
collectible.
device continues to freeze the lava flow. You managed to disable the device.
All right.
halting
Now we're
the
going to
flow
take
of
the
frosty air.
the slow fall.
You
Let's
can
see.
feel warmth seeping back into the
No,
cave.
no, we'll go to
sign
security
that things
breach,
are
a security
returning to normal.
detail? Detail. Security detail. So, because from here there are basically two directions you can go. You can jump off here and go over to this, but then you have to find your way back up top. Or you can just go back this way, go to security detail, and then you can go and rescue the students. And I prefer this way, mostly just because I find, not because it's necessarily faster, but because I know the way to get from here to there. But I don't know the opposite, because there are like drop downs. And, ooh, almost died. That pit there is instant death if you fall in, so don't fall in. Especially on hardcore, don't fall in that pit. It's not a good time. It hasn't happened to me, but I'm pretty sure it's happened to at least one person at some point. It's like, oops, fell in the cogs hole. What an unfortunate state of affairs. I don't know what that would show up on as the death feed. It probably misadventure? Maybe. I don't know why I keep casting blur. I have permanent blur from an item.
The explosion that destroyed Vaughn's Forge seems to have left this area mostly untouched. A blood-stained note lies near a fresh corpse.
Invisibility. You can't see me. Okay, at least one of them can see me. Huh. Suck it, force damage orbs. Leave me alone. I have to go make these things explode. Why must you do so much force damage? There we go. And we will still have plenty of kills so that we're not going to run into the whole, like, you must have 10 kills for Reaper XP. Because there's a lot of Forge Wraiths here. Alright, let's see if we can get these pulled before we get hit. 2 is easy, the third one is trickier.
You've activated the mage fire cannons.
Great
That
success.
should help protect the area.
Alright, which way are you going to group up? No way? You're just going to stand there right where you spawned. Okay, that's inconvenient for me. That I have to walk around and, like, kill you all 2 at a time. But, sure, why not? Oh, interesting that the next wave spawns when you kill half of them. I never would have noticed that if they didn't decide to spread out like that. Alright, good. Get the big one now. There we go. Nice, easy Eldritch blasting you down.
You've defeated all the Forge Wraiths in the room, though more can be seen lurking outside. in the
Rank
distance.
88. Good, we're not going to overcap. Because we are doing the 16s at this point, so... There's no real need to stay level 17. Because I don't think I'm going to be doing any of the other 15s. Especially because I haven't turned in any sagas yet. So we have the Giant Hold saga, the Ravenloft saga, the Feywild saga, the Myth Draenor saga, and of course we're going to have Sharn and Cog's sagas as well. So once we finish this, and then we hit Sharn 2, of course. So we have 2 more quests here in Cog's. I think we are going to actually do smash and burn. We're not the best single target, but we do have Finger of Death, so that helps us a lot. What are we doing? We are switching to Featherfall for jumping things. Jump here. Jump here. Oh, I didn't quite get the jump how I wanted, but it's good enough. And we're off. Now let's see which of the two layouts we get, because one of them I find easier to remember than the other. Not that either of them is too hard, but each of them has like a separate place where you can mess it up.
You expected to find Forge personnel hard at work in this wing. Instead, you see an old woman pacing back and forth while muttering to herself. A group of Moorgrave University
We have the left
students
one,
are
which is the
lost
slightly more
inside
annoying
Forge.
one.
You need to track them
But
down.
it is fine.
This cavern is bare aside from 2 circular doors, one of which stands open. You'll have to navigate the forge by
Unfortunately,
using the pipe system.
and I haven't,
Hostile
well, I
security
did
drones
figure out why
patrol
this
the
is.
pipes.
It's because my
It looks
settings
like
are
the lost students
bad
have
and can't be
triggered the wind's
fixed.
alarm system.
Because unfortunately, the game doesn't like you to change your settings if you have 2 monitors. Or at least mine doesn't. It's, I have a lot harder time seeing things. I think it's this way. Than I think you do. Because I've noticed this on other things, like the stream is often brighter than my display. So if I look like I don't know where I'm going, in this particular quest, it might be because I literally cannot see where I am going. Alright, so this has a red crystal, which means we have to double back to it after we kill these guys.
You teleport.
So this is where you can get easily lost in here. Because when you pull this lever, that shaft down there opens up. We don't want to go down there. We want to go back to where we saw the red crystal before. So we're back this way. Alright, we are on the right track. We come out up top. Should be, yeah, there we go. Oh, that was a very unfriendly Famine Reaper. They're like, what are you going to do? I'm going to Whale of Death and try to insta-kill and level drain you.
To power the facility, but a thin trail of smoke points to a system malfunction.
If you could stop hitting me for like 50 force damage a shot, I would appreciate it. Oh, that doesn't mean hit me for 90. Very inconsiderate of them.
You teleport the hapless student back to the entrance.
Okay. No more tricks here. We pull this. Only one of these opens. I think this is the right way. Yeah, there we go. Come out right here. Nice and convenient. Walk behind this. Get big blast. There we go. And we're like back to full health. So.
Dane tells you that the last student was taken captive by Forge security and brought to a
And we
holding
want to go down
cell.
the left side
You'll
unless
have
you want to
go
do the
there
optional.
resolve the situation. You teleport the hapless student back to
And
the
as you can
entrance.
see, we don't particularly need a
Fall
shrine
down
right
a chute
now.
and tumble out of the maze of pipes. A massive shield guardian protects the holding cell. A student waves at you from behind the magic barrier.
Excuse me.
Thank the host, he cries. I knew they'd send somebody. It's not what it looks like, I swear. A cold, impersonal voice emanates from the shield guardian. Intruder. Power system compromised. Unauthorized crystal removal. Eliminate threat.
Okay. There we go. So, we wanted to take out all the orbs on the side because they hurt more than this guy does.
You smash the shield guardian into a pile of debris.
Then we want to pull this lever, and we're going to pull all of these 3 times. Do you need to only hit each of them 3 times? No. But you need to hit all of them at least 3 times, and I always forget which one's which. So, we're going to do all of them 3 times, and then we're going to look up and see which ones we need to do more. That's twice each, and 3 times each. And then we're going to look up. Okay. So this colorless one needs 2 more. Blue is fine. Yellow is fine. Alright, so this needs 2 more. And then we need to go pull the one on the other side 7 times. And we need to pull the red lever 0 times. You can ignore the red lever entirely. So let's see, that's 2. So this is 3, 4, 5. This is a good time to switch to voice. 6. Let's make sure we didn't miscount. Yep, 1 more. 7.
The barrier vanishes.
Alright.
Quickly, Chance says. Unlock the security door so I can get out of here. Careful though. Pulling the wrong lever will summon the authorities.
Alright.
The final clink. The locks
Now we get
holding
to double
Chance in his
recall and go
cell
to Smash.
spring open. Now to rescue the errant student and escape
We
before
are
we get
at
you in
rank
any more
89,
trouble.
so there's no way that Smash is going to give us 2 ranks on its own, although maybe it should for how annoying it is. Hopefully we just don't need a bunch of, like, random knockdowns from comet falls. I mean, our saves are okay, but they're not, like, Paladin okay. Alright, right. We're going back down to cogs. And if you don't know where Smash is, it's right here. You just go out and it's right around the corner. This is Smash and Burn, that is. It's usually just shortened to Smash. And if I were closer to level cap, we would have hit it sooner, because it is a level 15, not a level 16.
In the distance, you hear the grinding of massive gears and heavy machinery. A man in a scarlet cloak beckons you near. This door's hinges are coated in rust. Prying it open could create enough noise to alert anyone guarding.
Jump over the traps.
Maybe there is a way to get inside without alarming the Boromar.
Alright, we're at yellow alert. There's a Fear Reaper somewhere. Never a good position to be in of there being a Fear Reaper somewhere. It's gonna go back this way. Alright, we have stopped getting Fear Reaper stacks, so that's beneficial. Oh, we started getting Fear Reaper stacks again. We're gonna go up here and see if we can find ourselves a key. See, Mysterious Remnant, Scout. Okay.
The vault door tumbles open. Surely danger and a generous bounty await you inside.
Alright, where's the Fear Reaper? I haven't seen it yet. There you go. Hello, Fear Reaper. Please stop fearing me. I dislike you. It's like I went to try to hit other buttons and they were all on cooldown, so it's just like I stopped blasting to do something else. Oh, I see a sparkle behind that barrel.
You pocket the iron key you found. There's sure to be a use for it.
Alright, which one do I need the iron key for?
The door is sealed shut with a heavy silver
Ah, that's silver.
padlock.
Good, we don't need that
the
one.
The key may be hidden somewhere among the shipments. Or perhaps you can find another way to proceed.
Okay. Get this up.
You jangle the iron padlock, but the door remains tightly sealed. There's no way around it this time. You'll need a key. As you
Hi,
enter the
everybody.
room, you hear someone barking orders from above. Intruders! Protect the special cargo, you ninny hatters! We'll make them pay for messing with the Boromar clan!
Okay.
The leader of the smuggling operation
Take
falls
him
to his
down.
knees, overcome with pain. Now, to take care
Pop
of
some
the
cooldowns.
special
We hit some big
cargo
AoE spells. And we're on a timer because Twitch is telling me that an ad starts in 1 minute.
Few remaining halflings scramble out of this chamber, screaming in panic. The Boromar are gone for good. But there are still forge wraiths to slay. The air grows warm around you as you enter this room. Forge wraiths drift over the
So
old
chances of
machinery.
me finishing
Their
in a
rasps
minute are
growing
probably
louder
pretty small.
as you approach.
But we shall see. Up. Up. Push a button. Oh, there's a cargo. Yeah, we're not finishing before the ad starts. So normally I would pause for the ad break and be like, well, I don't want you to miss anything, but unfortunately the most interesting parts of this quest are over. This is just going to be me failing to jump on things as I just poke single forge wraiths. So we'll have this all finished up by the time you're back from ads. And we'll be ready to hit up the next stuff. So feel free to get yourself a drink or whatnot. I'll be here when you get back, ready to start up on Sharn 2. Of course, unless you don't get ads, in which case you'll still be here for the whole thing. As we attempt to jump around. Okay, so we got 2 special cargo so far. Another button. Sometimes there can be a special cargo there. Where is it? Okay, I don't know why they shot straight up, but sure, why not? Oh, and here it is.
The last of the special cargo crates is smashed into splinters. The last
You know, I
forge
almost did make it
dissolves
within the
into a
time limit.
smoldering cloud of smoke.
And because we push the buttons, we get loot. If you don't push the buttons, you don't get loot. Charisma, Bluff, Anthem, Melody, Bulwark. It's very nice for Bard. Alright, and we get to double recall. And we get to refill our own drink. Because we finished early. And we'll be back after the ad break. For anyone who is not getting ads, feel free to take a break yourself to fill up your water, stretch your legs and all that. And I'll see you in like 2 minutes. Alright, and we're back. Now, one thing that we do need to do before we start hitting Sharn 2 is we need to take 18. So, just gonna put our points in. You know what, we don't need any more UMD. We're a charisma-based class. We can use resurrection scrolls, it doesn't matter. We'll just put more in intimidate. Oh right, we got a feat. Okay, so we did already take our wizard feat. We don't care about combat styles. Maybe we'll take heighten or something. Heighten's a little bit underwhelming on warlock because they only have 6 caster levels, or 6 spell levels, or whatever you call them. You can only get up to level 6 spells, which means if you're heightening a level 1 spell, you get +5, as opposed to like a wizard or a sorcerer that would get +8. I mean, I could get extend just for convenience. Don't care about these. Yeah, screw it. We'll grab mental toughness.
Everyone at Morgrave
We don't need the spell point,
University
but you know, a little bit of crit doesn't hurt.
The Codex of the Infinite Planes. Board the Morgrave University
All
air
right,
shuttle
and we're going to spend points.
And speak
so
to
5% crit chance.
Larapol to learn more.
And do we want damage on Supreme Hunger? Or damage on Stricken and Consume? There's such a small component of my damage that I don't think I actually care. And let's see. And we'll grab Enervating Shadow. And the reason we're grabbing Enervating Shadow is scaling. So right now we're using standard Eldritch Blast. So damage scales with 120, if that's too small on your screen, damage scales with 125% spell power. Okay, Enervating Shadow damage scales with 150% of your spell power. And it sometimes gives negative levels or whatnot. So Enervating Shadow just gives us a stronger single target option. And of course we did get 5% crit chance, which is very nice. And if we look at our crit chances now, so 37 and 39. So not bad. And we don't have any gear swaps or anything to do at 18. So off we go into Sharn 2, unless there's something else up. Just business. Nope, that is Sharn 1. We did that a little while ago. And off we go.
An imposing figure motions for you to stop. Please turn back. Vaunt Arcano Technic is dealing with a security problem inside this store. For your own safety, leave immediately or face the consequences. The entrance is blocked by a magic field projected by a modified version of Vaunt's arcane assistant. The manager says that Vaunt's security detail has kidnapped the informant you were supposed to meet. They're probably holding him somewhere inside the store. Open a door to the Sky Coach, Dr. Zolkis. They'll capture that fragile.
Just AoE these down.
We'll be departing shortly.
It has been very convenient that that we've already found 2 of the crests. Like, that's incredibly handy. So there should only be 2 up here. Are you targetable? Yes. Thank you for giving me extra move speed. We're at red alert now, so maybe we'll like stop and kill things. So we should have one more. Oh, here it is. That's a rather bad time for displacement to wear off, but you know, we survived. Alright, we're still at yellow alert, so we probably want to kill some of these guys, but you know. We'll wait for them to come to us, I suppose, while we're putting our crests in place. I don't know why that one tends to be blocked. Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to group up for me. Oh, thank you for the follow, Basement Warrior. Quite the appropriate name for a D&D based stream. Okay, both of my spells didn't go off. Oh wait, no, they went off behind me because I had a little bit of lag rubber banding. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being a basement warrior. I know a guy who teaches Botleth martial arts. And if you're not familiar with that word, don't be surprised. It is a Klingon weapon. So you can be any kind of warrior that you want to be.
A small figure cowers in a corner, menaced by Vaughn's security force. The gnome fits the description of the informant you were sent to find.
We're just blasting things. It's the always sunny build. It's just anything happens. So I started blasting. Alright. Or tentacling. Tentacling works too. Now these guys can be super annoying on higher difficulties because it's like, hi, would you like a lot of force damage? It's like, no. Too bad! You'll get your force damage and you'll like it. Well, okay. They don't require that you like it, but they do require that you take it.
A small card by the door reads Huslov Noller, store manager. The door is securely locked. You'll need a key to get in. You unlock the door using the key to the manager's office.
Go. Featherfall is partially for the Featherfall, as we are on some precarious ground, but mostly it's for the temporary health. And just in case we somehow fall, that lever, I spent a long time not knowing what that ladder did. Turns out it lowers the shortcut ladder. But because parties are usually pretty close together at this point in the quest,
the Radiant Idol calls out to you as he climbs.
It doesn't do a whole lot most of the time.
This isn't the jungle, Outlander. You can't just blunder around breaking things. The people who matter in this city won't tolerate riots in their shops or attacks on important
Fortunately, this is one where you click the thing to end the quest, so there's a good breaking point.
Give them a lesson.
Put on our Voice of the Master, get a little bit of extra XP,
the Sky Coach flies off,
and
the
a
lone remaining Vaughn security
Arc Steel
officer
Brim with nothing
springs to the
special on it.
attack.
Unfortunate.
With the battle won,
It's always
you search
interesting
the
when
Sky Coach
hats
and
drop in
immediately
Reaper, because it's
spot the
like,
notebook
alright,
you've been looking for.
are we going to get a
Surely it
Reaper hat?
contains evidence
And
that
the
will
answer is no.
incriminate Vaughn.
The answer is almost always no, because it's incredibly, incredibly rare. I do have one Reaper hat. It's a level 1 hat out of Keep on the Borderlands. But 2 doll stats is very effective at level 1. So I wear it basically every non-iconic life until I get to... Well, I usually swap it out on most builds for one of the helms out of Feywild. But I usually take a hit to some stats in order to do it. So that 2 to all stats is very, very effective.
Informant lives somewhere upstairs in this slum tenement tower.
Hi.
The door into Evan's apartment stands before you. wide open.
Unfortunately, we
This
do not
can't be good.
have any resist energy spells.
2 hobgoblin corpses
Do we?
lie at the feet of a
I
stern
don't think I learned
gnome.
them.
The air smells of
We do not.
sulfur. And who in Khyber are you?
Oh well.
The
We'll just
gnome
have to rely on the
demands in a
fact that we
pitiless
can
tone.
deal extra damage to fire creatures because we are
Creepy gnome
casting ice
investigator
spells.
nonchalantly gives you a head start, then goes back to work on the crime scene.
Meanwhile, they're just
What
like, here,
is
take 100
really
damage.
going
Here,
on
take 100 damage.
The
Here,
air
take 100 damage.
suddenly grows warmer. A draft rises from somewhere below.
Yep. We did take a good chunk of damage there, but
You have a
not enough
sense
to
that you're
properly
being
bother us
watched.
because,
More
well,
so than
we have
usual.
past lives,
Your
we've got
recent
Reaper
encounters
points,
with an odd gnome
so
inquisitive and
we're
undead
sitting here at
spirits
over
notwithstanding.
1,000 health at this level. It's quite effective at smoothing over any sorts of
This
mistakes.
must be the place where Evan went for a drink. Perhaps the bartender has seen him.
Alright. Just kind of spam target
Return to
everything.
head outside,
I'm sure you would like to have a
only to
word.
find
I'm
a
ignoring
man
you though.
standing in your path. He
Now let's
beckons you
try the
over.
hardest part of this quest, especially the annoying part if you're in here like farming the part of the family neck. Finding the woman in black. Lady in black. It's like red, but different. Oh no, mysterious assassins. Whatever shall I do? Oh lady, where are you?
These ne'er-do-wells have mistaken you for an easy mark. This won't end well for them.
Okay, I got turned around. How dare you save? Maybe they've mistaken me for an easy mark because I'm apparently just getting all lost and turned around. Where am I? Oh, that's where I am. Okay. Need to hang a harder left here. There we go. Ah, hello. You were not here when I was here earlier. And free tip. That would have saved my life in hardcore. Don't talk to her. If you talk to her, you have less time to get out. You have more time if you just start breaking pipes. If you talk to her, you have less time to break the pipes before the traps get you. So, that is something I learned the hard way. I also learned the exact positions of which pipes to break, because I did lose a character in hardcore in there, as I was frantically jumping around being like, where's the last pipe? So, now I know where all the pipes are in there. It was an effective lesson, we'll say.
Somewhere nearby. Look what the cat dragged in. The crouching half-orc barely seems to be paying attention to you.
Ooh, extra XP for killing rats. An MMO staple, just kill rats. One that DDO has in fact poked a little bit of fun of, because there is a quest in the game called like kill 6 rats, or kill 10 rats? I think it's kill 6 rats. It's just like, yep, that's the name of this quest. Now, if these guys are a bit too much for you, if you're in here on High Reaper, you can hide from them behind this pipe. I'm hiding from the rats. They cannot get me. But most of the time, it does not matter. You simply kill the rats and move on with your life. Alright. Now we get into this last bit of the quest, which is just kind of a gauntlet thing. We have to kill guys as they spawn. Fortunately, Eldritch Blast, or at least cone-shaped Eldritch Blast,
gapes at you like a startled deer.
has a very
Then she
high
sighs with exasperation.
vertical hitbox.
Cursed contractors. If you want something done right,
And therefore, we don't need to jump up top to kill stuff. we can just shoot it. Alright. These guys are dead. And also, of course, if there's just like random casters on a ledge, we can finger them to death. Which was unfortunately the fate of my college girlfriend. But, you know, I'd like to say she's in a better place now. Wait, really? She casts Phantasmal Killer? Interesting. I doubt she has the DCs to land it in Reaper, but it's certainly interesting. Or it was a different spell, not Phantasmal Killer. But it had that animation, so... Let's see if we can kill these. Alright, where are the, rabble?
We had a deal, Talion. Thora calls out when she sees the gnome inquisitive among the attackers.
Nobody quits the Dark Lantern, Sora.
You're a loose end, Talion responds.
And you're done playing house.
Alright, fine. We'll switch to single target. Yeah, nice. 800 crits there. And on a non-debuffed enemy up to like 450.
Today. We need to
Not
keep
bad.
moving, Thora says.
And again, this is one that has a nice break
You need to do it
for you to
now.
put on your Voice of the Master before you finish. There we go. Do we get anything special? No, we do not. That's fine, though. Now it's time for another quest that we may or may not, well, we don't have quite the bursting power of, say, something like a sorcerer. So unfortunately, we can't just like one-shot the groups as we run through, but we can like drop tentacles on them, drop pink rain on them, all that sort of thing.
A temple dedicated to the god.
But we're not going to be able to avoid dungeon alert just like throwing a meteor swarm in there and
for the evening. You wonder
having
why
it kill
Kol'Karan's
most of the
high
group.
priest wants
So
to meet with you after hours.
we'll have to do a little bit more than that, but
priest
ideally
gestures
not
to
a
the
lot more
east.
than that.
Take the sky coach at the end of the northern courtyard. It will deliver you to your destination.
One handy
One of
thing
Sharn's
about
most
the
powerful men has turned
about the
against
temporary
Lucy
spell
Bolt
points
and has
on
selected you
Eldritch
to deliver
Blast
the
is that
killing
it does
blow
trigger if you hit
against his new
anything, including breakables.
An imposing man dressed in a noble's finery beckons you from the main
Now, this is not a room that you can just kind of kill someone and run through, because it's one of those levers that's like, this lever doesn't unlock and thus my guards are dead. And I always have to wonder, if that was in the contract, the guards sign. Just like, it's one thing if, like, you're carrying the key to it, and it's just like, oh, they took the key, and they, like, tied me up and took the key, and oh no. And then it's the, well, sorry, actually, you'll have to kill me to get in. Like, really? Like, yes, it is tied to my life force. No one gets in unless they kill me. Like, well, okay. If you insist, it wasn't my initial plan, but if that's how it's got to be, then that's just how we're going to have to do things, unfortunately. It just seems like a bad idea from a security standpoint.
A large group of guards has formed ranks in front of the tower's lower doors.
Alright.
Defend the doors!
One shouts in command.
Don't let them pass!
So we do need to open a door here, so we can't just, like, not kill things. Alright,
Pushing open the doors unleashes a wave of hot air. The heat reminds you more of your time down in the cogs than of the middle city.
To like have us pull a new group and it instantly give us yellow alert. So that's manageable. Right. Lever. Then front valve, then side valve, then top valve.
As you open the first valve,
see how much damage I take from the acid.
Rupture and steam hisses from
70 so far.
Another pipe breaks, and the machinery itself begins to shudder. Pulling the final lever causes
Only
the
took one tick of
temperature in
damage.
the room to flare up
You
as the
can
system
fool this
breaks
group into
down.
falling in that hole if you're on like a
Falling
higher
suddenly
difficulty
gives way beneath your
and
feet.
it matters to
The
you.
rumble and clank
But
of machinery grows
we're
louder
fine
as we
just
move
like
further
two-shotting
down
it,
the
so
passage.
it's not a big concern for us at this difficulty at this level.
You have reached the center of the manufacturing.
Hypnotism, really?
Sabotaging
Okay.
the equipment in here should disable the whole facility.
Just do a bit of a fadeaway jump there. And these are pretty easy to do. If you didn't know the pattern here, it's just left to right. Excuse me, you're interrupting my lever pulling. And the next set is also almost left to right.
The machinery loudly grinds and
There's a slight difference in that we start all the way at the left, and we just go left to right for a
Acrid
while,
smoke pours from the sabotaged
except for these
equipment.
last two that are reversed. You got to do the lever on the far right before the valve.
Arcane lightning crackles through the grating as the
Do be
device
careful when you do that
overcharges
last
and
one. If there are
melts.
other people
The
in your
last
party
piece of
down there
equipment in the
who
main
are, say, not
manufacturing
prepared for a sudden
sputters
burst of
and
damage,
stalls.
you can get people
the
killed.
entire
So,
tower starts to quake.
oh, that is unfortunate for you, 19th Century Grave. Your account appears to be hacked, assuming that it wasn't an account made entirely for that in the first place. Oh well, easily fixed.
Rupturous heat and concussive force tear through the building as the main manufactory collapses.
Alright, we got a little bit of healing in.
A gnome roars at you as you enter the room.
My wonderful equipment! How could you destroy it like that? You'll pay for this travesty!
Okay, we're just gonna come up here. Away from all of the, well, from a lot of the force damage at least.
The
Look at all the
massive
debuffs
construct
that we
emits a
on our
strange
own are
metallic grating sound,
taken care of.
and several smaller constructs come barreling into the chamber.
Oh, and Plague Reaper too. And it's nice that all the security constructs kind of group up when you do this. Oh, speaking of things, we can put our voice on before we kill it. Okay.
The construct finally grinds to a halt, too damaged to
Here we
continue
go.
its assault.
What? Where? Oh, all the way over there. Okay, fine. We're just gonna go around a corner here. So we can cast D-Door and get ourselves out. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I need to turn it into flag. It's not one where you just do the quest to flag. You have to actually talk to the NPC. Alright. Last one in Sharn 2. And then we're going to turn in Sagas and see how close we are for how much more we have left to do. Now,
Somewhere
it's
nearby
not going to be like
is the
completely
Stormreach
done
beacon,
from Sagas.
Vaughns'
Sagas will give
protection
me
against vengeful
maybe
forgeries.
a level-ish.
The beacon will surely be under heavy guard. But that's never stopped you before. Tonight you'll steal the beacon back from under Vaughns' nose. And, if you do it right, no one will be able to stand in
Lots
your
of
way.
running in this one. So we're just going to be on our way. I'm undecided on whether or not I want to try to take the D-Door route, or if I want to see if I can just run back through faster than D-Door would have maybe. Because the run back up is less running, but there are Forge Wraiths on the way. That said, we do a bunch of ice damage, so Forge Wraiths aren't exactly threatening, and we can probably kill them relatively easily. So, but the question is, how easy is relatively easy? Alright, let's see if we can land this correctly. Oh, we missed it. But if you hit the edge like that, you'll notice that I stopped rising upward. If you can do it on the walkway, not on the thing above the door, you don't have to wait to come back down. So it's just a convenience thing. Because otherwise, you have to take 2 of the levitators and then run the last circle. Or you take 3, but you overshoot it and have to, like, wait to come back down. Okay, got that. Excuse me. Oh, it went too far. Okay. I was like, where is my pink rain? Where has it gone? I should probably put displacement back up. Like, I have perma blur, but why don't settle for blur when you can have displacement? Alright, you guys can come down here. And I'll try to group you all up together. Now, I don't actually know if you have to kill these. I don't think you do. Okay. Pull the lever. And here we are on stage. If you fall down, you get teleported straight to jail. So, don't fall down. Especially don't fall down if you're melee.
Says Lucien
if you're
Vault,
ranged,
his
you can
voice
kill stuff
brimming
from
with
inside the
confidence.
jail and kind of
And
survive it.
tomorrow-
If
tomorrow
not,
will
you're
be truly
basically just
beautiful.
screwed.
Vault will be talking on stage for a while. Now's your chance to steal back the Stormreach beacon. Another announcement. On behalf of Vaunt Arcanotech, it is my pleasure to announce a revised and perfected version of my device. Introducing the new Vaunt Arcane Apprentice.
I didn't even notice
Now
they'd
pencil
aggroed.
black.
Okay. Perhaps I should have, since they dealt me a decent amount of damage.
It's simple enough that a brute with absolutely no arcane training can use it.
Here we go.
My
So, we
charming
got these guys
assistant
down, which
will
is
now
good.
demonstrate. Lucy mutters to Vault.
Boss, we have a situation backstage.
If you please.
Damn this box to Kyber! Will you listen to me?
Troll
Why is
lashes out
that
in
a water texture instead of a glass texture?
well, clearly, smashing it is not how you get the best value for your money. But you'll notice it still casts the spell, even when misused in such a wasteful manner. Cool. Unbelievable. The troll says, crestfallen. And we do have an extra tough adamantine edition of the
Alright,
device.
so yeah, it was the champ in the back who was hitting
We
me
should
for like
use that
200
one.
force damage. So, we
Some
can,
of the new spells included in this version are
can safely
locate objects for finding things around the house. Detect poison if things go
proceed
amiss
with this
in the kitchen.
without worrying. We'll switch
Minor
over to a
image
single target
and
version.
Perfect for the garden. Leoman's tiny hut. I imagine you have questions. Oh, yes. Lady in the back.
Do a little bit more damage, but still not much. If I really wanted
new
damage
Vaunt
to
Arcane
golems, I
Apprentice
would have
comes
taken
in any
the
color you like,
turn your damage into
as
pierce,
long
because that will do
as
full
it's
damage
black.
to golems. Alright, we're going to attempt the run back from the bottom and see what happens.
What's going on?
Lucien
grab
Vault
it.
crumples
Here we go.
with a cry of anguish on
And
his
we're off.
lips. He died as he lived, spectacularly.
Why do we kill that set and not the others? Because I had to open a door. Oh, security constructs. Right. We don't want like red alert when we're fighting the bosses. So we do have to kill some stuff here. Wait, am I going the wrong way? There we go. Oh, that was the wrong button, but it's okay. We didn't need that button. But yeah, as you can see, instead of running in circles and circles and circles and circles to get to the top of things and then trying to float up, we just come this way. And we just run really fast. Back up to the coach. And then we're like, hi. If you didn't know about the crowd control options, you can crowd control these with web. Fortunately, they don't hit very hard, so even though it takes us forever to kill them, they're also not really going to kill us. Now, if we were fiend-packed, we could hurl these things, as in hurl through hell. Now, I have something almost as good, in that I could have frozen them in a block of ice, but on the other hand, maybe I don't want to freeze them in a block of ice.
You've recovered the stolen beacon. Now, to return the artifact to Stormreach, where it will once again guard the city it had protected for thousands of years.
Alright. We want our pink rain. And we did hit Staunch, which is why we have over 500 temporary health, in addition to our 1,000 normal health. There we go. Easy 49k. So we finish out, and it is time to turn in sagas to see if we got to level 20. So first we turn in the quest. Nothing really of note here. Turn in the quest chain. Again, nothing really of note here. And then it's saga time. So we'll start with the ones here, and then we'll move on to the various scattered ones. Alright, experience. Yes. Experience. Yes. Alright. So, those are level 15 sagas. Are there level 14 sagas? No. Level 13, we've got Giant Hold and Myth Draenor. So we'll head off to those next. I suppose I should have taken the air jet, but oh well. We have a slight delay, but no big deal. Oh, no wonder I felt like I was not hitting as hard. Let's see. Is that my only Ice Lore item? Let's see, 210, 35. Okay, it's only good for like 2 crit. I wasn't doing that much less damage. Alright. Now send me to Giant Hold. Giant Hold. Hello. Yes, I would like your experience, please. Thank you. Back to Stormreach. And we'll see where we can go from here. Okay, I already talked to you, right? Okay. So, the other sagas we have to turn in are Feywild and Myth Draenor. Myth Draenor is going to be access through the portal in the Gatekeeper's Grove, which means this way through the harbor. I don't know if this is the fastest way to get there, but it's relatively fast. And of course the other one we have is Ravenloft. We also did the Ravenloft saga. We did not do the Pirates saga, because while we did do Three Barrel Cove, we didn't do the House D chain. Or at least I don't think we did. No. Yeah, we didn't do Blacklock, which means we didn't do that chain at all. Hello, send me to the Myth Draenor, please. It's saga time. And it didn't give us any special options. I don't know if the Heroic Saga can actually give gems or not. But, at least in Legendary, it can give gems. And let's see, go back to the airship. And from here we can go to... Oh no. Send me to House J then. We can't teleport directly to Ravenloft, I guess. I don't know why I thought I could. I always end up coming through here anyway. So off we go for the Ravenloft Saga, which I believe gives a little bit less XP than the others because it is a little bit lower level. I could be wrong though. I am wrong. It's the same. Okay. Alright, it looks like we might be hitting cap here. Take me to Guild Airship, because from here we go to the harbor, and from the harbor we go to Faye. Because there's no direct teleport to Faye. Hello, send me to the harbor. And off we go. Oh, a little bit of lag there, but we're fine. We got over it. We got past it. Oh, you know what? We're definitely going to hit it. Because we also have Isle of Dread Saga. So even if we don't get it off of this one, we should get it off of that one. Is the Fae Saga worth 38,000 XP? No, not quite. So we're going to go waste most of the XP of the Dread Saga. Send me to the harbor. You see, because of that previous life where I didn't do like any sagas, this is reminding me of just how much XP there is in all the sagas. And also of how advantageous it is to do all the good quests, as opposed to the, we'll say, less popular quests. Do a quick members only run? I mean, I could, or I could turn in this saga. Then I can't get cards. These are heroic sagas. You don't get cards for heroic sagas. You get like +1 skill tomes. Yeah, that's a legendary saga only thing. So yes, I was just double checking in case this saga gave something else special, since some of them do. But no, I don't need the +1 skill tomes and I don't need the guild renowned. So the XP isn't really wasted. It's just that we get to use it. So where is the... that's Wizard and Warlock Trainer. Okay, advance to next level as Warlock. Buff, Concentration, Spellcraft. I could take the XP in Epic, but I don't think I'm taking this build to cap. Because this is my 3rd racial for this race. So it's not super important either. Okay, so we get those, we get Greater Creeping Cold, and we get Mass Hold, just because it feels bad to not have Mass Hold. And we're going to change some stuff around. We're going to reset that. Then we're going to take this. And we're going to take a bunch of stuff in here that we don't actually care about. Let's see, this is confused, right? And then one there. Oh, right. I was like, but I have 2 points. Like, yeah, one of them is universal, so we'll put that here. And... oh, that's it. I don't have 17 racial points. So we will take that. I need 2 more points here. Okay, let's just do this for a moment. Okay, so we can't get charisma, so we'll take that. Spotless and intimidate. Rages last longer. Constitution, most shifting rage, and will save goes. I don't care. We'll take Constitution again. We'll take natural armor or... well, raging. We're not raging. Alright, we have 5 racial left. We'll take the spell points. We have 2 racial left. And we'll take a favorite enemy of plants. We hate plants. Wait, was that 2 cost? It was 2 cost. No augment summoning then. I should have 80 points between these 2. But it's only showing me... huh. 37 plus 38 is 75. Why am I missing 4 points? Oh, have I not taken 20 yet? That would explain why I'm missing points. For some reason I thought I'd taken it all. Bulwark of the Storm. Alright, 1 more will saving throws. Okay, there we go. And let's see, so we want 2 more points in here somewhere. We don't have Heighten. We're not going to use that. And we'll put him here. And then we have 2 remaining, so we can either get Finger of Death, or Supreme Hunger, or saves and permanent freedom of movement. I'm going to have freedom of movement on gear. I don't really care. This is... well, because I don't think I'm going to TR tonight, I think I'm going to actually continue using this build for the rest of stream. And we're just going to grab some tokens of the 12. Run around, do some level 20-ish stuff. So what is this? Oh, right, don't care about raging. And we'll grab charisma. Sure, why not? So this split is very common for blasting stuff because you get the 5% crit here, and the most important part of this is the spell crit damage. Plus 30% crit damage is a lot. So we get that, and now we need to decide what to do for this. So we are a cold warlock, so we might want to look into Magus. We don't care about Divine Crusader. So we care about Force, Light, and Cold. Maybe Primal? Who knows? In any case, we're going to go for Cold Dragon. We're going to take a Cold Dragon Breath. We're going to take extra damage. I think we'll take Draconic Mantle. Actually, wait, does Draconic Mantle proc off of Eldritch Blasts? I don't think it does. This is the problem with Eldritch Blast and Epic Trees. Like, there's so much that, like, the blasts just don't work with. We can test this out pretty quickly in the wilderness here in a second. Magus gives cold, negative, force, and universal, so that's good for us. So what is the single target strikes here? That is cold damage, 1d8 plus 8. And apply Shatter Mantle. We don't really care about the Shatter Mantle part, but what else is there in here? MRR and Spell Power, okay. Alright, so that doesn't help me at all. This upgrade would give... Alright, it's a proc every 5 seconds, as opposed to this, which is also a proc every 5 seconds? Or no, it's a... Oh, ads have started. Well, if you're seeing ads right now, I apologize. Well, if you're seeing ads right now, you're not hearing this. If you're not seeing ads right now, there's a thing we do around here, which is when ads run, we don't play the game. We take an opportunity for both me, the streamer, and you, the viewer, to stand up, stretch your legs, grab a drink, and all that. So we're going to switch over to our BRB screen, and I'll see you all in 2 minutes. Alright, welcome back from ads. They kind of snuck up on me. So, You haven't missed anything. We have not done anything since you left. We went to the BRB screen because we don't want anyone to miss anything because of ads. So whenever possible, which means like we're not in a group or something, we will just pause and get a drink on ads, and we'll come back when they're over. So, what else do we want? I don't know why. Let's see. So, we'll grab this for cold and universal spell power. The Y was a misclick. Alright, so we want cold, which is frog. Yes, alright, frog. And then we can get thunder snow, which is not great. Or at least it wasn't great last time I tried it. We don't care about that. We don't care about that. In the swamp is an NPC that sells all the dungeon towns. Dungeon towns? So, let's see. We probably want this, but it depends on if we have enough points for it, because we did just hit level 20, so we're gonna have to make some decisions. The question is, do we want to take the Magus of the Eclipse one, because it's gonna do the same thing, plus Shider Mantle. In the swamp, there's an NPC that sells all the dungeon... No, items. With hay bales. I thought hay bales were the upgrade materials. If he's thinking that you can just buy all the stuff for the salt marsh hay, I don't think that's a thing. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did add that. So, if we don't go for this, if we just go for the Draconic Mantle, then we can put 3 points in here for some power. And let's see, we don't want to... what can we augment for ourselves? Okay, that's for hires. Will saving throws and concentration. Ew, not very good. That's an Epic Strike, which competes with this, but I guess... This is 1d6 plus 5 AoE, and this is 1d8 plus 8 cold. So I guess we'll grab this as a single target option. We have 5 points left. So we don't cast any fear spells. I don't actually care about spell threat generation. Interesting. He's claiming that there is a guy in Saltmarsh that you can buy any of the basic level 3 items with hay. And I didn't think that was a thing. So maybe I'll have to look into that. I guess we'll get our Moon Zone. I don't know if we'll use it or not, but might as well. And then where do our last 3 points go? I think we're going to get 2 to Charisma. Here. And then 1 to bypass. So let's see. Now we need to figure out where to put all this stuff on our bars, because we just got a lot of things. So we're going to take our mantle. Mantle goes here. That one's easy. We're going to take Rejuvenation Cocoon. That's going to go down here in our habitual, we'll say, healing keybind. Always quickened. We're gonna take that off since we don't have it anymore. We'll move that to there. Alright, where are we putting the rest of this stuff? And let's see, so we have the Moon Zone AoE, We have a single target epic strike. We have a multi-target epic strike. And we have a multi-target epic spell, but not strike. So let's see. Maybe we can just retire web, and we don't need to, and we don't going to care about quick cast invisibility, and therefore we can move this down to here, and so we'll dragon breath. We also, of course, need to put all of our stuff on our SLAs to make them actually strong. Otherwise, they're not nearly as good. Quicken, always on. Let's see, what's the cooldown on this? 20 seconds? Yeah, alright, it gets to be on a different button. Alright, so these get to be on shifts because they're longer cooldowns. And I like to put longer cooldowns further away on bars than short cooldowns. The problem is I have other spells. I'm going to put this here. And then I've got the problem of I now have... this doesn't need to be on bars. I now have these 3 cold dots. I don't know if I'm ever going to use them, but maybe I should. Oh, I have greater heroism. Maybe I should have that out. Maybe I should have this out. Maybe I should have this out too. I've suddenly hit epics, and now I have a ridiculous number of keybinds. Well then. Okay, so time to go test out, first of all, so we can decide if we're going forward with this at all. We want to test if our Eldritch Blasts will trigger the Draconic Mantle. Because if they don't, then the Mantle is not that useful to us. Like, sure, it can be. We have other spells we can cast, but they're not cold spells, so even then, it doesn't matter. Like, we can cast these cold spells, but not really what we're looking to do with this build. So let's go find some random things to Eldritch Blast at. Look, you look like you could use an Eldritch Blasting. Does Primal work with Eldritch Blast, or are you misremembering? It might. From what I have seen so far, it looks like I'm not getting any... Wait, no. That was 3,000 cold damage. 3,000 cold damage wouldn't be from my normal stuff. Let me turn off Colors of the Queen, just in case. Okay, so it does work. Because that extra 1,000 would not be there. Yeah, that 3,000 is... That's the mantle proc. Okay, good. So it does work with the cold part. Maybe it's the only work with the pact damage, and they won't work with, like, the main damage of the Eldritch Blast. Why turn off Warlock Pact 2? I was trying to see if the cold would trigger off of the cold Warlock Pact. Would ideal race for this build be Chaos Mancer for cold stripping? Probably. If I were going to be taking this to cap and playing it very seriously at cap, I would want the ability to strip. Well, I would expect that it would never proc then. I mean, I can test it, but it's supposed to only proc off of cold because that's the kind of dragon I took. So if I'm not doing any cold damage, I would expect it to not proc. It's not off of, and it's not cold damage on any spell. It's cold damage on cold spell. But there is a long history in DDO of things not quite doing what their description says. So we can test it just in case. Alright, that guy is dead now, so we have to find something else. Well, what it says is, and I'll read it out because the tooltip is probably too small to see on screens. Refuse you. I'm trying to read right now. So, okay. Where were we? Oh yes, we were reading this. Offensive spells you cast... Oh, okay, yes, I misread it. So yeah, it should work, actually. You cast deal an additional... For some reason, I thought it was offensive spells you cast of that type. But I think that's the Primal Mantle I was getting it mixed up with. I think the Primal Mantle does it only for those spells. And maybe the other ones do too. Okay. But we can test it anyway, because now that we have read that...
If I tried to talk about it...
It should...
About us.
Proc off of this
My
too.
throat goes dry and my words dwindle into a cloud of smoke. I'm trapped by these secrets of my own
Yep,
making.
it does proc off of this too. Excellent.
I'll
Very
only
good.
laugh the smoke away.
I have learned something because I misremembered and I got my mantles mixed up. Alright, so let's turn this back on. Turn this back on. Excuse you. Hooray! 6,000 XP for killing random guys in the wilderness. Alright, so let's head to Lords of Dust. Lords of Dust will give us a token. Hello, send me to the harbor.
Through all your accomplishments, you have transcended the title of hero. There are a talented few who can teach you about what fate lies in store.
Actually, there's other enhancement things I should probably drag out too. We don't care about that one. Which one is this one? We don't care about that one. We can move this one over here just in case we run into mobs that need it. Ah, interesting. And yeah, we can do that. Okay, good. Off we go to Lords of Dust. It's interesting that you can get monk stuff back by cross-classing your monk with not monk. Alright. So, we have buff spells. You know, I should have probably grabbed gear upgrades.
Inquisitor
but,
Noman waits for you near the
we'll make do with
An
no epic
irritated
gear.
scowl on his face.
Alright. Okay, we're just gonna run up here. Should be fine. Hello? Okay. Is that all of them? I don't hear them talking, though. Did one of them bug out? Oh, okay. I don't know where it was, but it got taken care of, I guess. Now we just try to open this locked door. Hello, locked door. Please open for us. All right. Thunder snow misses everything. Oh. I should I should really remember to use, like,
The
Dragon Breath.
novice who accompanied Noman lies on the ground in the hallway ahead.
Alright. There we go. No, we don't want that. You just want to pull the lever.
As the path leads down, it begins to look more like a dark and sinister temple, and less like an empty warehouse.
Alright, and this is why we opened the group, because token-type quests tend to go pretty well.
The clink and creak
Being to lightning
of
and
hardened
cold.
steel echoes from the corridor ahead. A woman's voice drifts up from somewhere below. She speaks Noman's name, and the Inquisitor himself replies,
You will do no such thing. The Silver Flame has caused enough trouble. Soon nothing I can say will throw them off the scent. No, you will stay here and see that no one gets by. I will go below and assist our guest.
We're blasting.
In the center of this room stands a blood-stained altar. What unspeakable acts have been performed there?
So many more buttons to push now. I was about to say, it's like, wait, how am I dealing force damage? And it's like, oh, right, I put down tentacles. Tentacles do force damage. Tentacles are known to be quite forceful. All right. Oh, our thing. Go. Everything dies. We take a tiny amount of damage.
Noman
That's easily
stands
healed.
next to a strangely confident-looking drow. They seem to be
It is nice
some
that
elaborate and
now I
unholy
have
work.
Rejuvenation Cocoon, so not only do I
Surprised I
get
am not who you
150
thought I
temporary
was.
health from
I
casting
should
it,
have killed
I
you
get
at
the extra temp
start.
health for being
This
a warlock
is nothing,
casting a
my
spell
friend,
from here.
A
So
nuisance. The
we get,
ritual is underway,
we get
and the
64
Silver Flame is
plus the
powerless to
150,
stop
so
it.
that's nice.
So pray, shall we continue?
And as far as crit damage goes, we're at 60 now instead of 30.
Give yourselves, my children. Give to the glory of our cause. Stand aside. Let my minions kill this filth.
Yeah, that was he's really threatening here. Fortunately, his death animation also gives you time to switch to your voice.
The Silver Flame are looking into cult activity in the area. Your help would be greatly appreciated.
Easy 100k. And token. I don't know how many tokens I need. It's not a ton. Well, you've got 4 more quests left, or 4 more quests. 4 more levels left, so, I mean, that's at least 1 more charisma right there. But yes, this character has a +8 tome, and it's got past lives and stuff, so I would also be in a similar position were I on Cormier. But I am not on Cormier. We are on Cannith, which is my home server. This character has a ridiculous number of past lives.
A magical barrier built by the Silver Flame glows on the path ahead.
Alright, who's gonna be the fastest to kill him? Because he's a one-shot. Ah. Mine. Oh, I missed them though.
Dusty remains lie in front of a
Yeah,
sealed
so
stone
the
door
thing
on
is,
the
I
far
recognize
side
the
of the
names
room.
of people in this party. This is, we could have probably been in here on R6 or something and have it work.
Hot,
It's,
stale air blows into
these
the
are all
chamber
pretty well
as
established
the stone
characters.
door slides open.
Yeah, see, I'm not... I could be one-shotting these packs, but they are one-shotting them before I get to.
From the cavern wall.
Suppose I should be more aggressive. And this is something I've talked about a decent amount before with, like, sometimes you're the carry, sometimes you get carried.
The only
Like,
way forward is
can
down
I clear
into
this?
Kyber's
Yes.
depths.
Can other people clear it faster if it's a Sork throwing... Ah, yes, the fun hound season. I have a, I think, level 6 Sacred Fist on Cormier. I haven't been back to it, partially because I looked at the, like, hardcore rewards and none of them felt too compelling to me. So, I haven't really been back. I probably should go back at some point just to get more experience on, like, the whole, it's like, hey, it's a 64-bit server, and so on and so forth, and what are the changes, and how does it feel? I mean, it felt decent when I was there. So, I don't see why it would feel worse. But, yeah. Oh, I just tried to hit Sprint Boost, but we don't have Sprint Boost anymore. So, that's unfortunate. Oh, a remnant. Yes, we have given up Sprint Boost for having more damage. Oh! One trivia tonight, Vinny Vitty
This
Woodsy?
magic barrier is different.
Was there a particular
by a
question
pair
that
of
sealed the
empty
deal
sockets.
that no one else could have answered but you? Inquiring minds want to know. And by inquiring minds, I mean, well, just mine, probably. But mine wants to know. And really, that should be enough. Nothing wrong with a little bit of embarrassment.
The heat grows more oppressive as the path
cluster
drops
stuff.
deeper into the heart of Kyber.
Alright, he'll take the optional for the bonus XP, and we can move forward. But yeah, was there any particularly difficult or special question that you really feel was what let you win it? Come on, go aggressive. Be aggressive. Nothing.
A drow magic barrier bars entry into a massive cavern beyond.
Yep, he'll nuke them as soon as they spawn. Alright. Which one is spawns next? It's over here, right? Or is it spiders behind us?
Flamefang is banished in a burst of heat and fire, snarling in anger.
Alright, this way? Yep, this is what you give up as a warlock. You get very consistent, very easy to use damage, but you lose burst damage. Like, you're not going to outburst a sorcerer. Like, it's not how the class works. It's not how the class is supposed to work. We can have different strengths and weaknesses in different classes, and it is fine. You too. Very good. And we can swap to our voice. Not that we care that much about the XP, but might as well. Ah, I see. It was more specific. Guess we might as well keep it rolling. See how we do in the next
Something
quest.
is waiting in the lowest depths of Kyber. Something
I think the next one still drops token.
does not want getting out.
What type of creature Modius is? Interesting. He's a quarry dream eater or something like that, I believe. But I'm not sure about that.
Ahead, a Rakshasa and a company of drow are arguing over a pile of dragon shards.
I did get it. Okay, good. Alright, they are both right. Yeah. I think I said Dream Eater, not Dream Reaver, so I would have also been wrong. Although I did get the quarry part.
Made up of pale blue. You have saved the flame creature from its attackers. The Spinner of Shadows struggles against her weakening bonds, while the spiders consume the last of the flames, and you find yourself unable to move. The Spinner of Shadows has broken free.
At last I am free from that
There are
disgusting flame.
all sorts of quarry. Like, quarry are also the guys in
I see that you have brought me the dragon shards that she needs.
Oh, now the game's a bit
You've
loud.
allowed some pests to follow you inside.
Maybe it's just the spinner is loud. I'm gonna take her down a peg.
The stink of Eberron is on you mortals.
So where were we? Oh yes, like there's also like Lord of Blades. There's a bunch of quarry in there too.
It pleases me to let you live. Someone must witness my return and survive.
So there's all sorts of quarry floating about.
One of the Rakshasas growls.
We will report your glorious
Yeah, I think that whole chain is.
Now let us leave this place. You must help us
I think the Dream Eaters are the like They have the same kind of model as like the fire reavers or like that sort of stuff, but they like drain mana when they hit you. They're really annoying. Were they only introduced in 5e? I could have sworn they were there before then too.
The spinner of shadows screams and scuttles
Remove
back
the
into
invisible
the
wall,
darkness.
set me free.
You feel her grasp on you slip as the Silver Flame Guardian speaks.
Hold, demon. You have not escaped yet. Some of the flame still burns.
Spawn your little spiderling thingies.
The Silver Flame
There we go.
Guardian speaks.
Speaking of monsters that have Eater in their name.
Destroy her spiders. They have consumed the essence of the silver flame that holds her here.
Oh no, a Kyber Reaver. Whatever will I do? And it's dead.
She will be imprisoned once more. Quickly now. She returns.
Yes, yes, I know she returns.
I see your game now, Flame Spirit. You are too weak.
I mean, at least her return has a better explanation than Palpatine. Somehow, the Spinner of Shadows returned. Like,
Let us begin.
The voice of the Silver Flame.
Perhaps somehow should have been more specified. Come up to the vulnerability section, please. Thank you. Nope, nope. Stand on the...
This is pointless, mortals.
There we go.
A chorus of chittering echoes the spinner's cries of pain.
There we go.
Spiders crawl out of their hiding places in response to the demon's call.
Oh, I should drag these out so I can keep count. 6. I like to put them on my bar so I can see how many I have.
Once more,
helps, especially later on.
Voice echoes from the shadows above.
Alright. Thanks for stopping by.
Protect my children.
Alright. I just saw one over here. Where did it go? Well, that's Lost Soul, and that's not what we're looking for right now. We have more than enough mana. You. Give me move speed. And a ward crystal. But mostly move speed. Well, I suppose mostly crystal. I guess if I'm only finding one every 5 minutes, then there's no real problem. 5 minutes. 5 seconds. Then I get to proc my mantle on every single one. Oh. Our paladin friend who's joined us is getting beaten up a bit. Right. Light 2 wards. I like to light wards as we go when there's a party, because otherwise you end up like having to gather way too many of these things. And it's just like, well, who's got them? Who doesn't got them? It's like, well, I have 2 in inventory, and the rest I have already used, so everyone can see them in the recaptured ward crystals, or in the, relit wards in the quest progress box.
A feeling of dread overwhelms you.
Alright.
As if darkness has entered your very soul.
I don't know where she spawns on this one. I think it's over here, but that might be after the next section that she spawns over here. I guess it is. I guess she spawns cave side for the second spawn. Alright, Spinner, where you at? There we go. There we go. Here.
Come for me, my sister.
Oh, someone actually picked up the thingies. Unfortunately, you can run into this issue where she runs. But it looks like we have enough damage on us to make that a non-issue.
The spinner of shadows decides to change tactics.
Arise, my spiders.
Now, there is a neat trick that I get to do for being an ice warlock, which is the demons here infinitely spawn. And the thing about infinitely spawning demons is that they're super annoying. The other thing about infinitely spawning demons... Oh, that was the wrong button. Oh, he made the save. Interesting. Okay. I was going to say, is if you freeze them in a block of ice, they stop infinitely respawning. Oh, interesting. An arcane archer. Don't see many of those around these days. And someone fingered him before I had a chance to freeze him in a block of ice. That is unfortunate for me. Because it also puts my thing on cooldown. But yes, if you freeze enough in blocks of ice, they stop infinitely respawning. Not that this party has a lot of difficulty killing them, of course. But, you know, sometimes it's the principle of the thing. Is that the last wave? Any more orange spiders? There we go. And of course people don't know that, so they're going to kill it anyway. That's fine. I didn't know that until I started looking into the cold warlock. That you could do that. Okay, so stuff doesn't spawn until we finish off the spiders, or someone else is already over here and got them all. It looks like someone else was already over here and got them all.
The swarm of spiders subsides, and the Guardian is once again safe.
Alright, and off we go to try to collect more ward stone thingies. So, it looks like only I have activated them, which means there's at least 1 or 2 people in party who are carrying a bunch of ward stones. Or ward crystals, I should say. Excuse me. It's very impolite of you to hit me like that. It's very impolite of the Plague Reaper to hit me like that, too. We're just gonna run for now. We have 4 crystals, though, so we can light another one of these. Okay. Are you on the thingy? I need you on the thingy. Wait, do I have res? I do have res thingies.
Soon. She will be here soon.
We're just gonna keep poking away at you. Alright, how many crystals we have? We have 0 ward crystals, which means we're going to leave this up to other people to pick them up. People who might already have a few and don't need a complete set. That's annoying. There we go. I tried to cast it on her, but it ended up targeting the guy behind me, so it didn't go off, which is unfortunate.
Once again, you are held in an irresistible web of force.
Is the flawless victory bonus bugged? Because I'm pretty sure someone died.
And now she
I know in my UI someone was dead, and then I saw someone cast a resurrect on them. Does it only count deaths if they stay dead? Was he only mostly dead? Okay. They changed it to not apply party-wide anymore. Oh, interesting. So it's on an individual basis. It's whether or not you died. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Replies the spinner of shadows. The drow brought them to me.
I suppose that does cut down on potential toxicity, although I don't think I've ever seen someone seriously say, like, rip 10% when someone died. Like, I've seen people say it, but I'm pretty sure no one ever means it besides anything more than, like, a joke. It's like, oh no, we lost 10%. When it's all additive bonuses for, like, 300%. It's just like, alright, we got 25, we got 10, we got 10, we got, let's see. That's 350, that's 395, and plus these, it's like, alright, so we got 400 something percent. The extra 10% is not 10%. It's more like 2%. There we go. All inventory slots are full. And we get a token. Yay, tokens. How many tokens do I have anyway? 9. Okay, so I actually did need tokens, because I have like 10 here. And... excuse me, I said finish. Thank you. In U27? Oh, that is a long time ago. We're on like, what 70 something now? Yeah, so I've got like, I only have 18 tokens, so I do actually need tokens. I wasn't sure if I like actually properly needed them or not, or it's just a nice to have.
The gatekeepers, a special druidic order, are looking for you in the Great Chamber, where you battled the Spinner of Shadows.
Oh. It helps if I don't fall off the edge. Wait, do I have a portable hole in my inventory? I do. I need to go turn this in for my extra bag space. Should I, though? I'm only going to be at this level for like 3 more quests. Or however many long we're going to make it. Let's see. I don't know if we're continuing, but I'm going to go ahead and shave. Not save. We're going to clear bags. I really should get rid of some of these named items that I'm not going to keep. Because most of them aren't even worth feeding, because they're like heroic level. It's like, oh, I'm gonna feed, I'm gonna get 10 sentient XP. It's like, ooh, very exciting, 10 sentient XP. When you're getting it like hundreds at a time later on. Yeah, maybe not hundreds. What is it? It's twice the item level? Well, there's the things that drop that give you like 1,000. So there's that. But for some reason I am forgetting the actual formula, because I know it gives twice as much when you're in legendaries. Oh, and now I can't sell anything because I'm at plat cap. Well then. Let's see. I have 2 points. 3 points. Alright. 2 there for extra power stuff. And... what do we want? Search button reflex. Anything here give me more power? Any powerful pieces? The answer appears to be no. Nothing that gives power. So we'll just keep it at that and move on. Alright. Let me just double check something. Actually, what I need to double check is the fact that Twitch is telling me that ads start in like 30 seconds. So, as before, we will not do anything while ads are running, so no one misses out on anything. We're just going to put up our BRB screen, click the ad button, and I will see you in 2.5 minutes after I refill my drink, stretch my legs, and hopefully you can do the same. Okay, and we should be back from ads. Oh. Oh, how terrible. The dog cam was not properly focused on the dog. Can't believe no one has told me about this grave mistake that I must fix. There we go. Right. Alright. Now we get to head over to House D. So we're going to run some pirate quests. Because we're out of tokens. So we were going to have to run these anyway. Even though I thought I was doing it optionally. She is. She's very good. How's the knee? That's the one. We're gonna do Bob. Send me to the Searing Heights. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I need to fix my weapon set. Because we will have to be swapping back and forth with our ranged weapons so we can hit some levers. I have fallen into one of those cracks there and got kind of stuck in a falling animation and then taken a bunch of damage when it finally got out of it because it thought I was falling the whole time. I was kind of stuck in the falling animation, so be a bit careful about the cracks up there. They can be more dangerous than they appear. Now, it wasn't a big deal at the time. It just took a surprising amount of damage. It's not anything major like, yeah, I lost a hardcore character that way, or something like that, but it's just one of those weird things that can happen.
The kobold dashes off the instant you approach. It looks like the blood tide is expecting your arrival. The front gate
That's what I thought.
before you can slip inside. You'll have to find
Oh, right. I forgot about that. Because Eldritch Blast replaces your attack, you have to turn off your blast stance entirely if you want to actually hit the levers by throwing something, which is quite annoying. Fortunately, this isn't a throw lever, it's a pull lever, so we can just get in this way. Come on. You can do it. Climb the rest of the ladder. There we go. The sad thing is, particularly with Warlock, is that, alright, so you get to epics and suddenly your blasts that were doing like so much of your damage are now like, well, actually, most of your damage is now going to be your epic mantle. Now, this has been mitigated a little bit, like at 21 you can take the feat to give you extra dice, so it's not as bad, but it's still, well, I guess it depends on if they're crits or not, so that is another factor. The crits really just stand out a lot because, as a Warlock, we have unusually high crit damage. As we talked about earlier. We're getting 30 from the capstone of Tainted Scholar. I think it's Tainted Scholar, unless I'm getting my trees mixed up. Alright, you want the one with the crystal in here. The other one will activate traps. And we don't want that right now, so.
A strange shape charges towards you. Could this be the general manager?
Leave me alone. Okay. If you'll excuse me. Yeah, see, this is the problem. Single target damage is pretty bad. And this is with all the debuffs up too. Oh, and we got knocked down. That's unfortunate. Okay, manager. In fact, we'll put the damage over time spells on you too. I should probably auto-quicken them. See, I'm actually end up doing a lot less blasting on single targets because I do have all this stuff from epics in my rotation. I'd probably have even more in rotation if I actually opened this up so I could see where my what? Where my dots were. Oh, welcome Todd Libby. Thank you for the raid. We have just hit 20, so we're hanging out, getting some tokens of 12 to prepare for our next reincarnation. What were you up to tonight? Actually, wait, can I do this command? Will it work for me on Twitch? Ah, it does work. Excellent. Thank you, command. Welcome in, Todd, Libby, and Raiders. If you've not seen me before, a 15-hour stream. No, feel free to raid and run. That is a ridiculously long stream. Get some rest, get some food, get some whatever else you need, because, my God, that's a long time to be... It's a long time to be doing pretty much of any one specific thing, really. So I'll take care of your people here, and we'll see how it goes with the rest of these quests. What do we have? Oh yeah, that's right. We have just one more point. PRR MRR, go. All right, see you next time then. Is he gone? Can you report on what he was actually doing? We need to call it market research. What was he doing and can I do it better? Well, if what he's doing is 15-hour streams, then I think I'm on team, you know what? He can have it. I don't want to try to beat that. I'm not looking to do marathon, subathon things. Or marathon anythings, really. Boop. Like, you're almost dead. Time to boop. I need to change the order that I cast my spells in. Because what I used to default to first isn't really what I should be starting with now. What I should be starting with now is stuff like Dragon's Breath. Like my epic spells that actually do damage. Oh, that was a dumb spell to cast. Just like, let me cast this Finger of Death on this undead guy. Although the guys in here are like a weird pseudo-undead, if I remember the quest description correctly. Or at least some of them are. Some of them are like normal undead. Alright. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
This vile green key may prove useful later on.
Alright, did I leave a guy alive so I can... Ah, yes, we can... Wait, no, he's... Alright, he's not targetable for some reason. That's fine, though. Excuse you. How dare you? Very impolite to interrupt me when I'm opening a door. Also impolite to put a snare on me so I can almost get hit by that trap. Yay, fragments of tokens of the 12. Where are we doing? Let's do this. Damn it, I got tentacled by myself. Why am I being violated by my own tentacles? This is just not right. That is not proper. Though I will say that is the first time that's happened to me this life. I've had it happen to me in past lives too, but I haven't had it happen this life. So it's actually quite rare, but it's weird that it happens at all.
This key is colored a rich red.
Alright, I think that we can't go up here. I think this one is blocked. Yeah, this one's blocked. It's the next one that has 2 keys down the same pathway. What is this? Ray of Enfeeblement? Not too worried. We still have 23 strength left. Off we go.
The pirates behind this door continue their duel, oblivious to your presence. You notice a small red keyhole in the door.
There we go. AoE used to be so much stronger back when you could use Shirati Mantle, and it would Shirati Mantle didn't have a cooldown, but it did have a very low proc chance. So if you were casting AoE spells, then there's no problem. Like, you get 8 chances to proc, so some of them are probably going to go off. And it was very, very strong. And then they nerfed it to actually have a very short internal cooldown, but an internal cooldown nonetheless. So I think now if you cast Meteor Storm or Meteor Swarm, one of those, like, it can proc on the first and the last meteor. So it did kill things like trying to do magic missile spammers, like that sort of build. Oh, that was the wrong button. It's okay. Oh, you're out of line of sight. Hiding behind the altar.
The blue on this key
And off we go.
paint over a flimsy wooden key.
And this is one reason why it's nice to dip into primals. Just like, yes, I would like to have my extra healing that is, like, cheap. Like, so cheap and easy.
With the last of the apprentices dead,
Okay.
eliminating their master should
Wait,
now
which
be
chest am I opening right now?
Sadly, the jewels
The key one.
and
Okay.
rustings of this key are all cheap fakes made of paste.
Alright, did I leave anything alive that I can, like, speed boost off of with Stricken and Consume? Anything? Unfortunately not. Oh well. Well, we'll just hoof it the slow way then. It's a shame that this build has so few points to spread around, because you want your T5s here, and you want your capstone here, so you're pretty much stuck with the point distribution. Like, if we were taking this to cap, we would take, we would probably be deep into Draconic, and we'd take Ruin, and go for, like, big crits.
As you wonder whether the ship is still empty, you hear a shout from the quarterdeck above. Darren Keetuk has arrived.
Excuse you. What else is shooting me? From where? Oh. You? Okay. Well, I'm not too concerned about that one that's shooting me. Maybe I should be. Alright, we'll get off of this high ground so it won't be able to shoot me anymore. Okay, fine. We can just burst you down together. It works for me. Okay. You want to do the whole I'll face you myself thing? Go for it. Oh, wait. We had someone join, and they're not zoned in yet. So let's not kill the boss. Because this one ends when you kill him. I almost accidentally killed the boss. And we have told him in party chat that we're at the boss, so hopefully he will hurry on his way here. Hopefully. What are my defenses like anyway? Alright, so we have displacement. Displacement's always nice. 75, 60? It's pretty low. Oh. You have a good one as yourself, oh champion of trivia. Oh, he's in. Time to kill the boss. Hello, boss. Goodbye, boss.
As you cut him down, no sign of concern about what awaits him. This heavy key is made of solid gold.
There we go.
Only one door in the black lock.
And off we go. So, we should probably swap out a piece of gear or two, because we are still in all of our heroic gear. We haven't picked up any of our epic gear. That said, most of the epic gear is like level 21, because it's Keep on the Borderlands stuff. I don't have like a full crafted set from like Red Fens and that sort of thing. Why, Double Reaper? Why must you do this? Do you mind? I'm just trying to calmly steal your treasure, and you're here trying to thwart my plans. Why are you thwarting my plans? I don't like when people try to thwart my plans. I'm not sure how many different ways I can work the phrase thwart my plans into sentences. You could say that my lack of creativity there is thwarting my plans. Yes, we'll take commendations. Thank you very much. Is there a bank here? Mailbox, auctioneer. Don't see a bank. Unfortunate. Alright. We'll go into Storm the Beaches with still our heroic gear. Now, don't get me wrong. It's pretty solid heroic gear, but stuff like, say, switching to a Borderlands caster stick would give me a pretty decent upgrade over the level 14 stick I've got right now. Oh wait, no, it's a 12, I think. Now that said, these level 12 caster sticks are ridiculously good. If you haven't seen them before, they're from the Morgrave University level 12 quests in Lord's March. And as you see, they have spell power, insightful spell power, and they have lore. Plus, you know, some insightful wizardry. And there's one of them for every element. So if you're going to be doing a specific element a bunch, pick one up. They're super good for level 12. They're not too bad for level 20 either. Okay, R1, in we go. I think we'll take the back way. Hi. Get some buffs going. And off we go. A little slowly, but not too slowly.
Outraged hoots and grunts echo through the ravine. This ground is sacred to the
Actually, how's my DCs? Not terrible. Not great, though. You know how I mentioned about... Actually, that was a while back, so I don't know how many people were here for it. But I did mention back when we were still in Sharn that there's something that DDO doesn't like about my 2-monitor setup where it won't let me change some of my video settings. And one of the ones it won't let me change is brightness. So if it looks like I don't know where I'm going, it's because I literally cannot see the ground in some of these places. Like, I can see this. This is fine. It's like just a really dark green. But down below, some of the darker, more shadowed sections, no, couldn't see it all. Which is fine when you know the quest well enough. It's like, okay. Where am I going? This way. Okay. That section, too dark to see. So, out we go. Alright, we can finger things fine, so we got DCs in that respect, which is nice. Well, you know I said the level 12 weapon is, not too bad for 20. Except it is actually that bad for 20 because you can't put sentience in it. And sentience is really where the power comes from higher level weapons. But, I mean, it's still not bad if you don't have sentience. Like, not everyone has extra gems lying around that are leveled enough to actually be useful. What are you doing? Oh, there you are. Rejuve cocoon, and down we go. So we will have to deal with the fact that we are in epics, which means that we do have to deal with the fact that they are going to try to shoot us and kill us, which is unfortunate, but it is just something that we'll have to deal with. Fortunately, at least for the close by ones, we can just do that. It's just like, excuse me. I'm going to drop some AoE right on top of you. And it explodes. That's cute. He has a pet rat. I mean, he's dead, so it's less cute. Oh, I expected that to kill you, but you apparently have 12,000 health. So you're a little bit harder to kill than most of these guys. I believe Thunder Snow has a double range, so let's see if we can snipe this from here with it. We can indeed. Very nice. Alright. Oh, we can land that. We can land that. Alright, so that one dies. That one, I don't think dies. Okay. Can we get a sneaky line of sight onto that one? No. That looks like you have line of sight, but apparently you do not. That is too far away for that spell. How about this one? Nope, that one works just fine. So I think we're going to be using that one from now on. There we go. That is the Magus of the Eclipse Epic Strike. It has significantly long range. Oh, that one didn't kill it. What's shooting at me? Excuse you. Oh, you're too far away. Fine, take that. And this ballista is going to attempt to one-shot me. But I have it outranged, so it works out for us. If you would let me target it, it would be nice. Thank you. It's like, click, no, click, no. It's like, I would like to target this before it one-shots me. Thank you very much. I'm not durable enough to tank one of these shots to the face. I'm not even that durable in general.
No doubt the pirates are preparing for another murderous cruise.
Alright, did we get them all? We did get them all. Now time to get the dimensional anchor. Oop. It's locked. Time to make some noise and be like, oh no, it would be terrible if you unlocked this to come kill me. Hello. Please come kill me. I'm ever so vulnerable. All you need to do is unlock this door. Okay, thank you. Here. Have some cold light too. Oh, I guess I need to pull this lever instead. There we go. And hey, we're getting more optionals for killing more pirates. Thunder Snow continues to be good, although a little bit tricky to aim.
A fearsome orc shouts orders as you enter the room. You have found Captain Grimm.
Alright. Do this, and one of those. Oh wait, that's the wrong button.
Grimm is dead.
That's the right button.
Under the meaning of his final words.
Alright, any other guys I need to worry about in here? No? Okay. I don't know how much health this thing has.
With a dimensional
Not much.
house beneath wizards can
Oh no, there's a trap.
teleport troops onto the island.
Excuse you. I'm stealing your treasure. It's very rude of you to interrupt me. Yes, yes. Thank you. Fortunately, that is a one-time trap. It just pops up when you open it. It doesn't keep popping up whenever you get near it. Alright. Good to go. And we'll hit up the last one too. Because, you know, we're here. Why not? Just because we have enough tokens to do our TR doesn't mean we have enough tokens to do all of our TRs. We still have at least one full race left, so that's a full 60 more tokens that we'll need. Maybe 2 races left? 3? 2? In any case, we're not done yet, is what I'm saying. Like, just because we have enough for this life, we can always pick up more. And we do have a bunch of iconic lives, so, you know, while doing iconic lives, just basically hit these while leveling, and eventually we'll have enough tokens. But for now, we did need tokens tonight. So we're getting them. Oh, the instant snare as soon as I show my face? That is so rude. As is the repeated horrid wiltings. Very unkind of them. It's like, would you like a bunch of untyped damage? No? Too bad. Okay. Now we just have to wait for some triggers. Alright, off we go. Oh, and our party mate has arrived. Excellent. We shan't be doing this section alone. Oh, that's right. Elemental Fury has Death Block. It's been a while since I've done a DC caster, so I've kind of forgotten like which mobs have Death Block and which mobs have like Mind Blank and so on and so forth. Like, I still remember some of them, but not all of them. Is this the wrong way? No, it's the right way. Okay.
After the sounds of battle die away, the door to the armory
Alright, off we go.
sweeps open.
The fact that the spell crit damage from the Tainted Scholar capstone also affects heals is pretty nice. Because it's all spell crit damage, not offensive spell crit damage or anything. It affects positive spell power too. Where the hell am I? Okay, right. That's exactly where I meant to end up. Everything went exactly according to plan. With the janky-ass air vents. They are the most reliable way to get around in DDO. If by most you mean not at all. And very prone to throwing you in unexpected ways, depending on how the lag feels at the time. But at least we have, in epics, a powered up jump spell, and Featherfall, and all that good stuff. So we can take the easier route here. There we go. Excellent. And off we go. Why did we not get pushed back by that air event? Who knows? Certainly not me. We're still in combat with something, so our healing is reduced, but that's fine. I would like to AoE you down with others. No? Okay, fine. Die with just the two of you then. I'll make it work. I think this is just head to the right. Hi. Excuse you. There we go. Toss a spot heal on our party member there.
As the magical shields vanish, you hear the Deneath mercenaries below.
That's the other thing that Rejuve Cocoon is good for. It's just like, alright, here you go, have a little bit of spot healing in the party.
There was no sign of Captain Tew anywhere on the second floor. He must have escaped
Alright.
higher into the tower.
Try to not get totally electrocuted. Excuse you. I dropped the very pretty pink rain, and you did not die to it immediately, and I consider that rude. Yes, Warlock do in fact go burr, although Warlock go much less burr now that we are in Epics, because, well, the standard things where it falls off and doesn't really scale properly with a lot of Epic Destiny stuff. That said, we're not going to be in Epics for that long. We're mostly just grabbing some extra what? Some extra tokens. That is true. That is a different kind of burr. Although, in theory, as the one who has mastered the cold magic, you would think that it would be the enemies going burr, but no. We don't have a ton of extra cold resist or anything as far as I'm aware. That's unfortunate. I kept hitting things and they were all like, I will be almost dead. I was like, well, I was hoping for all dead. That's a lot different than mostly dead. But yeah, it's been a weird transition to go from heroics where I'm like just using Eldritch Blast like 90% of the time to, excuse you, now you have multiple strong spells that are just better. Like you have your epic strikes, you have your epic non-strikes with like Thunder Snow and stuff. So it's just like, huh. Well then. Perhaps I need to do things differently. It does. That's why I am in Magus. I am in Magus, Draconic, and Primal. I have Magus as my single target strike. Which I don't know if I've ever done Magus before. It's just that there's a lot of competition. Something saying about swap Draconic for Exalted? Like the wings and the Cure Mass? Yeah, wings are nice. This was kind of a haphazard thing, because it's just like, well, I hit 20 tonight when I wasn't expecting to, so I guess we're doing this now. And to just kind of like look through things to be like, all right, what looks good? This looks good. Really? I've always thought Primal Mantle was lackluster unless you, unless you're going to get at least 2 different element triggers. And I don't think the Primal White Mantle triggers off of... Well, actually, let me double check. What elements... What elements is it? Let me see. Electric, cold, sonic. Yeah, I thought you really needed 2 different procs for it. Because... Alright, it does 1d6 every 5 seconds. Or I can have this, which is 1d6 plus 6 every 5 seconds. Like, I've run Primal Mantle before with like an Eldritch Knight, because note that it says spell your spells of these types have a chance to do it as the spell used, and any melee or ranged attack can generate one of these effects. So if you're something like Eldritch Knight, which you're hitting stuff in melee, and you have spell power, well then this can be useful. You're going to get 3 different procs on it that each do 1d6. But 1d6 is on average 3.5. 1d6 plus 6 is average 9.5. So it's just not that good if you're only going to be getting 1 element proc off of it. Now, they moved Thrive... No, here it is. So I think the main benefit would be here. Like other epic abilities? Kind of. I mean, it'll proc like the lightning one off of Thunder Snow, obviously. And then the last one is Sonic. I mean, I guess I could get something Sonic somewhere, but the fact that it's 1d6 instead of 1d6 plus 6, like the other ones, like Magus is also 1d6 plus 6. It's just way, way less damage. Unless it had like higher scaling or something, or a higher proc rate. It is when you upgrade it. Where's the upgrade? Is it up here? Oh, 3 ranks. Ah, okay, yeah. That makes sense then. Okay. Because otherwise it would be super weak. Okay. So it's basically the same as the others. Except... like Thunder Snow could proc 2. Not bad. Of course, the upgrade to this that turns it into a dot is extremely powerful. And what's the upgrade here, actually? Oh, right. Your summons can use it too. And then... okay. So you get spell resistance, magic MRR, and MRR cap. Which is a bit better for Claim Trust. Yeah, I can see it. Alright, but I only have the 1 point here anyway. So we're going to turn this in. We're going to turn this in. It is. The thing is, as I think I mentioned earlier, I'm not taking this to cap. Like the most I'm going to do is a couple more runs to get tokens before I TR it, so... It is something to consider if I am taking a build like this to cap, though. So thank you for pointing that out. I don't want any of these. In fact, I'm just going to leave those and not turn it in at all. Is there a Fate Singer over here? No, there is not. Vaughn 3 is pretty nice, yeah. However, it is past midnight here on the East Coast, so I think we're going to be looking for a raid target here in a second. We're just going to level up, we're going to maybe talk builds a little bit, and then we'll see what we can do about raiding out. So let's head to the marketplace. Hello, marketplace. Bargain of Blood is a little annoying, though, because you can't use ranged weapons while Eldritch Blasting. So, let's see. What do we want? Epic Eldritch Blast. There we go. 2 Eldritch Blast dice. Alright, and we still only have the 1 point, which is fine. And we're not going to spend it. Or, we'll toss it in here. Doesn't hurt anyone to have it in there. Alright, so... yeah, so this is the current build as it sets. Thunder Snow is doing a better job than I thought. It is just a bit of a pain to aim since it's pretty thin. What is the upgrade on it? Doubles the damage. Okay. And of course we can upgrade the mantle and so on and so forth. This gives you the displacement, slows the movement, and adds incorporeality, and it explodes on death. Okay. So that's good. But what are we at for tokens now? We have, assuming that we turn these in, because it's 100 fragments for a single token, we've got 23 tokens. So we'll probably off-stream run a couple more token quests just to get a little bit more. Because this will be, I believe it's the 3rd Shifter Life. Where are my racials? Shifter. 1, 2. Alright, so this is my 3rd Shifter Life. So we are probably doing an Iconic Life next. So we'll look forward to that. And because it's going to be an Iconic, we won't need tokens of the 12 for the reincarnation. So we'll grab a couple while we level up. You know, we'll run Lords of Death. Lords of Dust. We'll run Lords of Dust. We might run the same chain we just did in House D. You know, just grab a half dozen on the way up. And because we're going to do a couple Iconic Lives, grab, 5-6 tokens here and there each life. And we'll have enough for our next race when we get to it. So let's just check the Dungeons & Dragons Online category. What? There's someone from Wayfinder streaming. Alright, we have to read the person from Wayfinder. We'll like double the number of people they've seen. Copy that name. Probably? Maybe? No, I don't want to knock and collaborate Twitch. Why would I want to do that? I don't hear any audio. Okay, maybe not. If I don't hear any audio. Okay, so we have... Alright, I guess we're raiding into Ostrakir, who I know that they have been streaming DDO for a long time now. They're on Galanda. And it looks like we are in Legendary Feywild. So let's go see what they're up to. I'll send you out there. Thanks everyone for stopping by. Which iconics do I need? Most of them. I need a lot. I need at least 2 lives on Trailblazer, 1 at least, I think 2 on Shade Archive, 2 on Purple Dragon Knight, 2 3-Blade Forged. Like I haven't done very many iconics at all. So yeah, so that's that. So I know Ostrakir has been around a while. It's been a while since I've dropped in on them, so we'll see what they're up to. But thanks everyone for stopping by and hanging out. We will probably be back on Thursday as usual. There will be family in town, so that may not happen, but I believe that we will be streaming on Thursday as per our usual schedule. That said, thanks everyone for stopping by, for hanging out, for chatting, for lurking, for following, for rating, and anyone who has done any of those things or would like to do any of those things, thank you very much for hanging out with me. We're going to raid out here. And I will see you all on Thursday, hopefully. Or if not, I'll see you whenever you are around next. Thank you very much.